Hello, a very warm welcome to the 2025 Creative Futures Writers' Day. I'm Rose Kigwana, I'm the CEO of Creative Future, and I'll be hosting the day today. We've got a really fabulous day planned for you in this wonderful Purcell room. And in the foyer, as you've seen, we have stalls from some very exciting publishers, so please do go and visit them all and have a chat with them. So to start the day, I'd like to welcome my colleague Matt Friedson. He's the Deputy Director of Creative Future, and he'll introduce our work. Thank you very much.
Morning. Thanks for coming. Today's event is part of the 12th Annual Creative Future Writers Award, and I'd like to tell you a little bit about it and what we do. Maybe. Click. There we go. So what's a Creative Future? Founded in 2007, Creative Future supports underrepresented artists, writers, and communities that face barriers and inequality. Our vision is a world where the arts are inclusive, diverse, and accessible to everyone. Who we support. We're committed to being fully inclusive, and we support people who face a range of intersectional barriers to access and opportunity, which are often multiple and compounded. Since 2007, we've done all that stuff, and this today, and yeah, I'm really tired. We have supported a lot of people, and we've run a lot of workshops. We run a regular schedule of online and face-to-face workshops, which you can find more about if you check our website or sign up to our newsletter. We've had 85 events like this. Wow, no wonder I'm so tired. And we've published 900 artists and writers, and we've had 13 writers in residence across the country. And we're working on forming a larger strategic arts and health network. The Writers Award is what we're here today about. It's our flagship program. It's open to all underrepresented writers living in the UK over 18 who are unpublished in a literary genre. It's free to enter between January and May. You can enter unpublished short fiction, poetry, and creative nonfiction. You can find out more on our website again, or for details about the 2026 competition, sign up to our newsletter, because that will open in January, or sign up for our newsletter in the lobby as well. Or come and talk to me throughout the day. I'll be here. Each annual competition has a theme, which is just a creative prompt. We're looking for quality writing first and foremost. The award is judged by industry professionals and acclaimed writers like Lem Sase, Carrie Hudson, Joelle Taylor, Anthony Naxaguru, Kit DeWall, Dorothy Koomson, and others. It culminates in a showcase event celebrating the winners here at the Southbank Center. All the winners are published in our anthology, which you can get in the lobby, and it's the best way to get a sense of what it is that we're looking for. We award a total of £20,000 in cash and development prizes from our many partners, but also we provide ongoing open-ended opportunities for writers as long as they want and as long as they need it, including teaching our workshops and also becoming writers in residence. Prizes. Prizes come from our very, very, very generous partners, and they include courses, mentoring, guides, and subscriptions. There's so many, I probably missed a couple logos off of there, and I could barely make them fit. Finally, something that we're really proud of is that a third of our winners have now published books, and we think this proves there's a wealth of untapped talent out there among underrepresented writers waiting to be heard. If you have questions today about any of that stuff or about Creative Future, please come over to our table or find me, and we're all very friendly and happy to talk to you. Thank you.
Hi, so our first session today is Meet the Writing Organisations, and that will be from now until 11:45. And our first speaker that we have is Sarah Sherwood, who is head of Faber Academy. So welcome, Sarah.
Hi everyone, it's so lovely to see you all and spend this wonderfully bright autumn morning with such amazing writers. So yes, as Rose said, I'm Sarah, I'm from Faber Academy. What do? We exist to support writers with their writing. Everyone in the team at Faber Academy is a writer, so you'll be in fantastic company if you do take a course or spend some time with us. Whether you're looking to book a kind of one-day introductory, let's get going, introduction to creative writing, or you're really ready to knuckle down and write your novel on one of our more advanced courses, or you're looking to get some feedback on your novel itself, our focus Academy is always on providing our writers with an open, warm, rigorous and constructive space for you to tell the story that you want to tell in your way. So we have our office in London where we run our in-person courses all year round. And then we also run courses up in Newcastle as well, which is really exciting for me personally, from being from the north of England. And we also run courses online as well, which you can kind of take wherever you live in the world. Our flagship course, as many of you might know, is Writing a Novel, which is our 6-month course, which has seen people such as Claire Daverley, S.J. Watson, Nicola Danan go on to conquer bestseller lists around the world. Obviously, we're very, very proud of them, but what we're also really proud of on Writing a Novel is the community that a lot of our students build. As I said, I'm a writer myself, and the thing that has benefited me the most in my own writing is having a community of writers, like-minded peers and critical friends there to kind of cheer me on. And that's what Writing a Novel really does. So as well as weekly classes, workshops, and peer-to-peer feedback, the course will help you get out of your own way, really, as a writer. We all have that inner critic kind of nattering away in our heads, telling us that we're not good enough. And that's what the course is there to do. It's there to ground you in all the craft things that you need to write your novel, and to be a space for you to work away in the company of other writers. On the course as well, you'll have guest speakers come to see you. So normally about 3 novelists come to see you, from Faber Academy alumni to kind of superstar authors that can tell you their honest experience of writing a novel. And then you'll also get guest talks from agents, editors, and other professionals in the industry, so you can leave the course really armed with everything that you need in order to finish your novel. Not only just those essentials of craft, that community, but all that industry knowledge that can sometimes seem so far away to us. Afterwards, you also submit your work into an anthology, which goes out to agents, and then you also come back for our industry day, where you speed date with lots of agents as well. We also offer a really wide range of scholarships on all our courses as well. And I'd really encourage anyone to just have a look at that page as well, because there's lots and lots of opportunities for people to join us no matter what your situation. We also run open days in London and in Newcastle and online, so you can get a little taste of what the courses are like, but also meet the tutors that might be supporting you on your writing journey as well. And we also run writing evenings and writing days in London if you just want a little space to knuckle down and write away in the company of other writers. We run everything from fiction courses, so 12-week courses, and then poetry courses, non-fiction courses, and most recently also we've been developing more short story courses, because that seems to be super, super popular at the moment. I'm a short story writer myself, so that is like personally very important to me. But yeah, that's Faber Academy. We're just outside as well on the stall if you do want to come chat to me about where you are with your writing and what might be the right path for you. But I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful day, and hopefully speak to you all soon.
So thank you to Sarah. So next up we have Bobby Nayar, who's Programme Manager with Spread the Word. Thank you.
Good morning. I can't see very many of you because of these bright lights, but just to start off, I'm Bobby Nair, Programme Manager at Spread the Word, and Spread the Word is London's literature development agency. Before I dive in, can I get a show of hands who's already interacted with Spread the Word already? Not very many. Well, that's good news for me, because I'm going to talk through some of our opportunities that we've got coming up, plus offer 3 tips that I've learned from working with hundreds, if not thousands, of writers through our development programs. Firstly, a little on Spread the Word. Our mission is to help London's underrepresented writers get their work into the world and connect communities to words and stories. The key audiences we work with are Black, Asian and global majority writers, deaf and disabled writers, LGBTQIA+ writers, writers who are working class, writers who are on a low income, and also young people. And we do this, our work, through 3 main strands of activity: writer development programs, community projects with a focus on Lewisham, where we are based, and then advocacy through research, with recent examples including access to literature and rethinking diversity in publishing. And this year, we are also turning 30, and we'll be celebrating this milestone on 26th of November in Brixton, with the co-founders of Spread the Word, Bernadine Evaristo and Ruth Borthwick. Tickets will be on sale very soon. Clicker is not working. Sorry, guys, the clicker. There we go. Okay, so we're going to talk about some opportunities that we have coming up at Spread the Word, and also a short film for one of our projects. First up is our Deaf and Disabled Writer Commissions. This will open for applications week commencing 3rd of November, and will be judged by Ayesha Chogli and Joseph Rizzo-Naudi. The aim of these commissions are to showcase new work by 3 London-based deaf and disabled writers. And for the commissions, we'll be accepting poetry, fiction, narrative non-fiction, and writing for performance. The brief for the programme is open, and there is no theme to respond to. It includes a £1,000 fee, a £500 activation budget, 2 mentoring sessions, 1-to-1 development and production support, and the 3 commissions will be showcased at the 2026 Deptford Literature Festival on 28th of March next year. And photographed here are this year's commissioned writers, Ollie Isaac, Ellie Spirit, and Jamila Prowse. I'm going to break up talk about the Deptford Literature Festival to show you a short film about our Borough of Literature campaign. Firstly, before I show the film, quick show of hands. Is anyone based in Lewisham? Oh, we've got at least 2. Well, this film might be for you, but hopefully the rest of you guys will also enjoy it.
Lewisham is perfect for the Borough of Literature because I think it's so rich in untold stories in so many different tongues and in so many different forms. Creative fiction or slam poetry or film scripts or song lyrics, words. The power of words is just found on kind of at the tip of everyone's tongue.
Yes, boss. Wagwan. Not salam. Napambe. Bom dia. Yasu. Afiatilson. Hola. Ciao. Cheers. Have a good day, mate.
We would love to be the home and hub of literature in London, absolutely, and really put Lewisham on the map for that.
As a writer, as an author, I am both deeply part of the community, but also I am the sum of my community. And I think being able to both contribute and take part in activities that kind of feed in a way that goes back and forth could be really special.
I suppose my perfect Borough of Literature vision would be that we've really opened up access to literature, and that people feel like they can tell their stories and they have ways of telling their stories, and that it doesn't have to be just a published book.
Great. At the Deptford Literature Festival, we'll be running a Writers Connect event for the Borough of Literature. So if you are a writer, poet, or creative working with words and you live in Lewisham, we'd love you to come along to the festival and join us to make Lewisham a Borough of Literature. Okay, our next opportunity is the open call for the Deptford Literature Festival. This will be open for submissions tomorrow with a deadline of 10 a.m. on Monday the 1st of December. We'll be selecting 3 commissions of up to £750 each, and we're open to writers, artists, arts and community organisations based in London to deliver activity as part of the festival. Of course, we have a preference for people and organisations based in Deptford or Lewisham, and these commissions could include writing workshops, readings, community engagement, performances, talks and walks, and activity for local heritage. The main stipulation is that it is literature related and delivered at the festival on 28th of March. Now, moving on to one of the programmes I manage. The London Writers' Awards is the leading writer development programme in the UK, with 51 writers agented and 64 books published since the programme first launched in 2018. Alumni include Natasha Brown, Cecile Pinn, Oisin McKenna and Tom Newlands, and you can see some of the books that have come through the programme up on the screen. This 10-month-long programme has 24 places, 12 for literary fiction, 6 for commercial fiction, 6 for YA children's fiction, and programme activity includes writers' labs, critical feedback group sessions, creative and career masterclasses, one-to-one professional development, a meeting with an agent or editor, and a showcase booklet distributed to agents, plus a bursary fund for writers on a low income, and an access fund for deaf and disabled writers. And of course, the programme is completely free at point of entry for all applicants. Applications will close at 5 p.m. on Thursday, 30th of October, so this Thursday. Interviews will be in January, with the programme running from February to November 2026. And here's a quote with former alumni Tisha Sin. Okay, well, I'd like to, I've been working at Spread the Word for just under 8 years now, and in that time with the writers, hundreds of writers who I've worked with, some who are published now, some who are still unpublished, but here are 3 tips that I've learned from working with them. Okay, the first tip is that a routine doesn't mean that you need to write every day. One writer I work with plans their writing time a month in advance by blocking off time in their calendar when they know they can balance their other life commitments. The key thing is that they commit to writing in those slots. And I guess for each of us, we have to find the routine that works best for us. My next tip is that you can learn a lot about your own writing through giving critical feedback on other writers' work. The heart of the London Writers' Awards are 4 critical feedback groups of 6 writers each. If you haven't been part of a writing or critique group, please come and talk to us, and please seek one out. Who's a member of the critique group? No one put their hand up. Well, I would definitely recommend you look to... Oh, one person over there. Oh, someone over there is... well, I would come and talk to us. We've got our table right by the stairs. Okay, and my final tip might sound a bit obvious, but when you're on the work that we do, the main thing is about being professional. And the writers who succeed are almost always the ones who treat it like a job, and this translates as making time, focusing on one project, and communicating with their peers and the industry as they would in their day jobs. And most importantly, meeting deadlines. We recognize that the path to publication is a little more fraught than it was a few years ago, but Spread the Word is here to help. Come and check us out in the foyer. We're right by the stairs, and we have lots of our publications that we put together over the years through our programs. So thank you, and hopefully talk to you later today.
So thank you, Bobby. So next up we have Jack Hadley, who's Senior Courses Manager at Curtis Brown Creative. Welcome, Jack.
Hi everyone, I'm Jack. It's really good to see you all here. I can't see that clearly, but hopefully get to chat to a lot of you later in the day after the session. So I've been working at Curtis Brown Creative now almost 10 years, which seems kind of extraordinary, but it's an exciting job. Every day, every week's different, but the defining thing, I think the thing that excites me the most about the work is meeting new writers, people at the early part of their journey, who are incredibly talented, who are serious about getting a publishing deal or exploring their writing, their creativity, and sort of seeing them on their journey. And yeah, there's people that I met kind of 7, 8, 9 years ago now who are only just in the position where they're ready to submit a novel, they've got a publishing deal. So it's an exciting process to be a small part of. So just to tell you a little bit more about Curtis Brown Creative, my boss, Anna Davis, she was an agent at Curtis Brown, which is one of the big literary agencies in London. She was also a novelist, and she was doing a bit of teaching in Manchester Met at the time on the MA, which she really enjoyed, and she really enjoyed the process. But I think she began to feel a bit frustrated by the academic rigors of an MA course and the question that most writers coming into that program were asking, which was, how do I get published? How do I find an agent? How do I pitch my work? I want to learn more about the industry, whereas Anna's focus was inevitably kind of on kind of marking stuff, giving a piece of creative writing a mark out of 100, essentially. So I think at some point she had a bit of a light bulb moment and realised that someone like Curtis Brown, who were much more closely intertwined with the publishing industry, who know what publishers are looking for, who are aware of all of the steps you need to take in an incredibly competitive industry, someone like Curtis Brown could be well placed to offer something a little bit different. Since that first course launched in 2011, it was a bit of a trial, 3-month course. It ran once a year, and the courses have slowly built organically since then. We've had an amazing amount of success that's come through that process. The first course that Anna ran back in 2011 had a number of published students come out of it, including Jessie Burton, who wrote The Miniaturist on the course. It had a very different title back then, and it was in very early stages, but a couple of years later that became a huge bestseller across the UK and the US, and eventually a TV show on the BBC as well. Our current number is hovering somewhere around 280. But someone that's come out more recently through the programme, she took the course in 2019, was Bonnie Garmus, Lessons in Chemistry. That book sold about 7 million copies now worldwide, had an Apple TV series. So that's been an unbelievable and exciting success. And then this year as well, I think we've had a really wonderful year in seeing various people come through the process who've had deals and the books have come out. So this year we had 3 of our former students on the Women's Prize long list, and one of those went onto the shortlist as well. That was Naseba Yunus, who wrote Fundamentally, which is an incredible debut novel. We also had Lucy Rose, who's the Foyles Book of the Month. This month you can find her work just down the road, and she's one of the biggest hardback debuts of the year. We've got Jenny Godfrey as well, had a huge paperback success with List of Suspicious Things. So it's been a really wonderful year for student success for us, but I'd also like to emphasise not everyone comes out as bestseller, but we're incredibly proud of the people that have come out with smaller deals, with smaller publishers, and have done incredibly well as well on their own terms. Just to talk a little bit about the courses we run. So I think they're sort of split up into 2 spaces. We run online courses which anyone can enroll. They're usually a bit cheaper, so anything from £30 to about £240, and you can join those online. They're often quite flexible. There's no application process, and we run those really regularly throughout the year, and those are focused on different elements of the writing process, from quite broadly stuff around starting, finishing, editing, pitching your novel, all the way to much more specific areas of the writing process, like dialogue, showing and telling, characterization, plotting and story, and a lot of stuff in between. We also run a lot of genre courses, so stuff on psychological thrillers, on crime, on romance fiction. So we run a big section of courses which are online, they're very accessible, and as I say, we run a bootcamp course as well, which runs very regularly, and that's £34 to join. But as well as that, we run, I guess we call them our flagship courses. These are selective entry courses. They're at a higher price point usually, and they run less regularly. And some of these we run in our offices in Curtis Brown in London. And in these sessions, they'll run for 3 or 6 months. You'll have regular workshopping. You'll meet agents, publishers, authors. There is a tutorial with a member of the agent team at the end of the process. There's a drinks networking evening at the end of the course as well. So yeah, those are our kind of big ticket selective courses that we run. I'll talk a little bit about some of the funded scholarship opportunities on those courses a bit later. But those are the courses where we tend to see a lot of the publishing success come through. But something just to say is a lot of people will start on our cheaper kind of basic entry courses, and they'll sort of build up over time to apply to something like one of our 3-month courses. So I mentioned we run a lot of courses in London, but we also run the equivalent of those 3- and 6-month courses online as well. So for people who aren't in London and South East, or find getting in and out of London inaccessible, we've got a lot of online versions of those courses which have also had extraordinary success coming through them, and for us they're just as important as our London courses. Just one name just comes straight to my head is Jane Harper, who did our course, the online course. She's an Australian writer. A couple of years ago, she's now probably one of the biggest Australian crime authors around, and has had an absolutely amazing career. So yeah, the online courses are really important and really central part of what we do. If you haven't had a look at what we do yet, you're not aware of us, do come and chat to us today. Do have a look at the website. We've got free tote bags. We've got bookmarks with our website on. So yeah, do come and have a chat to us in a bit. The other thing to say, just on selective courses that we run, the agents within the agents we work with, they do at Curtis Brown and at C&W are really involved, really passionate about what we do, and are really heavily involved, whether that's running the tutorials that I mentioned, or pitching sessions, pitch feedback sessions. But also they're always looking for exciting, talented debut writing. And actually about a third of the published writers that have come through the process have been signed by CB and C&W. So we see our role as both helping writers, whatever stage they're at, whatever they need to improve and find the path for them. But we see ourselves also as a bit of a talent pool for the agency, and we're very keen to get all of the writers coming through our process onto the desks of the agents at Curtis Brown and C&W, and they're always very excited to read the work that's coming through the courses. So I've got a little trailer, which is probably going to repeat a lot of what I said, but in slightly more fancy ways. So let's see if it actually plays.
Finished draft, and from polishing to publication, we have been helping writers to achieve their potential since 2011. Hundreds of our students have become successful published authors, many of them represented by the Curtis Brown Agency. Our courses, online or in London, are delivered by best-selling and award-winning authors, literary agents, and experienced editors. They're designed to help you with each and every stage of your writing process. You'll connect with your creativity and start getting words down on the page. Discover new writing skills and find your unique voice. Uncover the secrets of your chosen genre. Start on a bigger writing project and see it through to completion, and learn how to edit your work and pitch it with confidence to the publishing industry. Our approach is friendly, open, and practical. We value commercial genre fiction as highly as literary fiction. We're responsive to your ideas and goals, and we'll help you make your work the best version of itself. We aim to give all our students a great experience and the chance to connect meaningfully with other writers. Many students have found their trusted readers on our courses. Start your writing journey with us today.
Okay, so that's sort of, in very basic terms, the courses we run. So I wanted to take a bit of time just to talk about a slightly different strand of the business, which is our Breakthrough Writers Programme. So before 2020, we had various bits of sponsorship from authors, from businesses. So we'd run occasional scholarships for courses. But in 2020, 2021, I think we had more of a sense that we needed to do more and take that area more seriously. So while we've kept up some of the the third-party funding that we had beforehand, we've also got significant funding from the agency itself, which is essentially from the Curtis Brown charity budget, which directly funds a huge amount of course places on the selective courses that I mentioned earlier, specific mentoring programs for writers in specific underrepresented communities, and another element of it is actual specific courses just fully funded. So we've run courses for writers of colour, disabled writers, courses for the writers in the LGBTQ plus community. We're pretty excited to continue running that into the next year. It's already been a really successful programme for us. We've already seen Lucy Rose, who I mentioned earlier, who's had an unbelievable success this year. She applied to one of our mentoring schemes a few years ago, and she was an incredibly talented writer, and we could see it. Just incredible writing on the page, and we matched her up with a Curtis Brown client, Kirsty Logan, who then mentored her for 9 months, and at the end of that process we submitted her work to Catherine Summerhayes, one of the agents at Curtis Brown, who snapped her up, and she's had an incredible success, and she's been an amazing advocate for new writers, and she's someone you should all check out. She's got an amazing TikTok, she's fantastic on social media, and her book's absolutely amazing as well. That's something we are very excited to run, and I would just encourage any of you who are looking at some of our longer courses, our mentor programs, and the cost is prohibitive. Do look at our funded opportunities, because they are oversubscribed. We do get a lot of applicants, but if you're a talented, engaged writer, you're in with a good shot of one of these funded opportunities. So do have a look at them. Really encourage you to apply. If there's any that you've looked at and you're not sure if you're eligible, if you've got any questions about how any of it works, me and my colleague Ruby are around all day, and the table's outside. So do come and have a chat to us. This is a part of the business that we're really passionate about, and it's very important to us that we're able to kind of offer this as well as our normal roster of courses. Another thing just to mention that Curtis Brown Creative do, we for the last 5 years have been running in partnership with the Women's Prize, a specific Discoveries Prize. Some of you might have seen in bookshops now there's a few novels that have been published in the last couple of years which have had a sticker with the Discoveries Prize winner, and that's growing and growing. We've actually had an incredible deal this Frankfurt Book Fair for someone who won, from the writer Niamh Connolly, who won the Discoveries Prize last year, and she's had an absolutely amazing deal, and that book will be coming out in a couple of years. It'll be a hugely exciting debut when it does. But yes, do have a look at that. If you're a woman writer, unpublished, unagented, then you're absolutely eligible. You don't have to pay. There's no fee to enter. All we need is your first 10,000 words. And there's lots of prizes for runners-up for the shortlisted writers as well. But yes, we've got the date there, so it's 12th of January 2026 is the deadline, so plenty of time to kind of pull something together. You don't need a completed manuscript, you just need those opening 10,000 words to apply and have a go, and there's absolutely nothing to lose. And I think the quality is growing every year. It's really gaining momentum. It's a really exciting prize. So again, any questions about that prize and how it works, you can come and chat to us in a bit. And that's it from me. I'm really excited to hopefully have a chat with lots of you yeah, the next few hours, if you're around the rest of the day, do come, do take a free tote. We've got bookmarks, but yeah, do just ask us questions, and we'd be really interested just to chat to you all, see where you're at in the writing process. And as I said at the beginning, the most exciting bit of this job for us, I think, is meeting new writers who are passionate and excited. So this is always a really amazing opportunity for us to meet people here. So thank you very much.
So thank you, Jack. Next up we have James Reynoldsson, who's Senior Digital Product Owner with Writers and Artists. So welcome, James.
Hi everyone. As Rose said, my name is James Reynoldsson and I'm Product Owner for Writers and Artists. So the majority of my day-to-day role is management of writersанdartists.co.uk, which is a free community platform that's host to hundreds of advice articles on the writing and publishing processes. But Writers and Artists is a many-headed beast, so in this little session today, I'm going to try and spotlight 3 examples of the good work we do to keep writing and publishing as accessible as possible. So the first of those is to bang the drum for our iconic best-selling yearbook. When it was first published by A&C Black in 1906, it cost just 1 shilling and was a slim 80-page booklet containing information for a meagre 7 literary agents and 89 publishers, and how the world of publishing has changed and evolved in that time. So now we've got a team of 4 editors who produce our yearbooks. They're updated and curated each year in time for publication every July. And the 2026 edition, which you can see in the bottom corner there, contains 3,500 entries, 80 advice articles, 816 pages, I think, it's well over 400,000 words. Part of that process is also, so we've kind of branched out and we have some other titles. There are 12 other titles within the Writers and Artists family, and that includes the very well-established Children's Writers and Artists Yearbook, which was first published in 2004. We've got a collection of companion guides, and all of those books, be it about writing genres or narrative forms, they're available to browse outside in the foyer if you've not seen them. My colleagues, Katie and Amelia are out there and can chat to you. I'll be joining them later, obviously. And yeah, we also have a collection of Bloomsbury proofs, which are available for free. But, you know, once they're gone, they're gone. So go and check those out as well. But back to the yearbook. Okay. Those of you with a keen eye for numbers will notice that when it comes to the 2027 edition, that will be our 120th edition. So I just thought I'd bring out some of the abiding principles as to why it's become such a revered resource. So it's informative in the sense that we provide information across all stages of the writing or publishing processes. So be that in the form of contacts, so with publishers or agencies, or the advice articles that we provide to sort of break up each of those sections. We are impartial, so Bloomsbury publish the yearbook, and they own writersанdartists.co.uk as well. But where possible, we take a holistic view of the industry, to make sure that if it's of interest to writers or creatives, it's of interest to us, and we try and put that across to you guys. As I've said, so from an Inspire point of view, the yearbook is full of practical guidance. So we try and offer relatable how-to advice. It really is a brilliant place for you guys to start if you're looking to sort of get the overall landscape of the creative industries and how it works to get published. what we try and do really is demystify those steps for you and make it more manageable. Also, and here comes my bold claim for the day, I would say that the yearbook is relatively expensive for a book. It's 30 quid, the red one that you can see there. But if you think about what you're getting, so that's a nice, I've included that because it's a nice image that our marketing team put together to sort of like give you a sense of what's, the practical information contained within the yearbook. And when you factor in the database of industry contacts that is included within each edition, I would say a strong argument can be made for it being the best value and most practical resource that you can invest in as a creative when it comes to getting to grips with the world of publishing. As I said at the start, more of my day-to-day is management of Writers and Artists website. So what I try and do is make sure that those abiding principles of the yearbook carry across to the website. It's a free-to-access platform. It contains hundreds of free advice articles. So that's from creative inspiration to guidance on submitting to agents. We have interviews with writers. Check it out. It really is a fantastic free resource for you guys. And I'm going to go into that in a little bit more detail in a sec. We've got over 85,000 subscribers, so some of the other speakers have talked about community, and I would echo that. It really matters for you guys. It's quite a lone pursuit if you're working on a book or you're starting out in illustration. So being able to go to this sort of resource for free and take a look and sort of, feel it's not just you're not alone, and there are other people out there who've been through those processes before. Okay, so I'm pretty passionate about the site remaining free and making sure that the guidance is on offer. But full disclosure, we are a commercial enterprise, so there is a need to sell books and subscriptions and events and services. And all of that can be kind of viewed on the site if you take an interest and towards the end of today and go and have a look. With the events and services, though, we're really hot on remaining both accessible and affordable. So the reason I've included this slide is because we offer financial assistance and bursary places across events and services. And we partner with organisations, such as Creative Future, you can see on there, to offer heavy audience-specific discounts. And we also travel where possible. So an increase in our partnerships over the last few years has also seen us host events, many of which have been outside of London, which I think is important as well. So a bit more on that. So to help overcome any financial obstacles, we set aside £4,000 each year to provide assistance across selected editing services, events and courses. But there's other things that we're doing as well. So just a quick run through of those. We run low-priced careers in publishing events with the Bloomsbury Institute. So when I say low-priced, they're £9 with a resource pack and a free book. We make discounts regularly available. So, if you're not subscribed to the newsletter, check that out. That's where we put them out in the main, but they're also available via the dashboard of your user profile when you log in. All writing competitions on our site are free to enter. There's certainly no plans to change that. So that's a real coup for writers. And over the past year as well, my colleagues Amelia and Claire have really pushed this forward, so should be applauded for it. We've set up a run of £1 and £5 masterclass sessions, and there are a couple of examples from last year. All those proceeds either go to charity or we put them back into that £4,000 bursary pot that we've got to make sure that we're offering as many free places across the range of events and services that we offer as possible. Okay, I said that I was going to shout about three things. Here's the second. Our Working Class Writers Prize opens for entries from the 1st of November. This was founded in 2021, and it's been driven by my colleague Claire Povey with a huge amount of passion. Claire has been known to offer feedback on as many entries as she can as well, which is a superhuman feat. The prize has become a real talent pipeline, which is a real sort of, it gives us a lot of pleasure really to see those writers getting the attention and then making that next step. So we've had a number of shortlisted authors going on to secure representation and book deals. This year's judge is Ashley Hickson-Lovance, who you'll see there. And you'll also see on that slide that we've also got some more support from partners. So we've got the support of the Open University this year, the Ruppin Agency and the Society of Authors. To enter this prize, we're looking for the opening section of an unpublished novel plus a full synopsis. So you need to go to the homepage of our site and then to the competition section, and then I would hope you can find your way there. And just to sort of reiterate what I said previously, if you don't identify as working class, all of our competitions across the site are free to enter. We try and make them as regular as possible. It's a huge admin sort of like undertaking as well, so we can't probably do as many as we'd like, but when we do offer them, we offer them for free. So for example, our upcoming annual short story competition, which closes in I think, mid-February, check, please, don't quote me, mid-February, that is free to enter and that's open to everybody. Okay, and the final thing I wanted to say, if you are a creative, so you're an author or illustrator seeking agent representation, then we, across the site, we have, so there's an area of the site which is paid for, which is basically the database from those yearbook listings that I mentioned at the start. You can subscribe to that database for a 3, 6 or 12-month period. But where the website goes one further is we've also used that that sort of like collection and information sort of collection at the start of the yearbook cycle. We've brought that across and we've gone one further in that we offer agent-specific pages. So that's like a secondary database that you can access. That is online only. In short, it is a super affordable way to get entry-level research into which agents are most likely to be interested in receiving a submission from you. So, yeah, if you see on the slide, when you're adding on, it's £2.80 for a month to take a look. So, yeah, that's really worth having a look at. And if you've got any questions or you just like to chat to us in general about the yearbook or some of the events or services that we do, then, yeah, me, Katie or Amelia are around in the foyer. See us by the big pile of books. And, yeah, I hope you have a good rest of your day. Thanks for your time.
So thank you to James. Next up, we have Jackie Lofthouse, who is founder of The Writing Coach. So welcome, Jackie.
Hello, hi. It's so good to kind of see you all. Gosh, it is bright out there, but I hope you're all really enjoying the day so far. And yeah, I'm super excited to talk about what we do at The Writing Coach. And also over the course of the day, do come along to our stand. I'd love to find out more about you as individual writers. Excuse my voice today. It's kind of nice and husky, but I'm not on top form, but it's great to be here. So yeah, what we do is my background is also as a novelist originally. I actually started out in theatre, but I went on to do the MA in creative writing at UEA, and then went on to publish with Penguin and Bloomsbury. But I've seen so many ups and downs in my writing life. I didn't say I'm Jackie Lofthouse, founder of The Writing Coach, and we are a small independent mentoring organisation for writers, and we offer mentoring, we offer manuscript assessment, but we've also, which I'll tell you about, we've got a super strong community, and we're also about to we've run a couple of retreats, and we're doing a retreat in Portugal next year, which we're really excited about. But The Writing Coach effectively is an organisation that really does have a coaching ethos behind it. We're very much about the whole person, and effectively my background as a coach means that we are very much like looking at our community as a whole. I'm just realising I can move these slides, yay. So I do everything from this framework, which is called the Writer of Impact Framework, and we really believe, as I say, in this holistic approach to the writers that we work with. So we start very much with this idea of devotion to our craft as writers. I think we're living in a world where there's so much focus on publishing, on agents, on success, and all of those things. I think it's very easy to get blocked by that idea. You know, can I get my book out into the world? And we focus so much on that sometimes. I know from the many writers I've worked with that can actually hold us back. And, you know, I come back to this idea that if we don't actually think about our purpose, like why we are writing in the first place, we can get super tied up. You know, I've got to get this great plot and I want to do this and that. And it can really freeze the book and stop the book from becoming what we actually really want it to be. And I think if we come back to that sense of like joy in the process of writing and curiosity, actually, you know, just like diving into that sense of this is something that I'm really fascinated by. I think any of you sitting in the audience today who have that experience of seeing, especially if you're fiction writers, but also in non-fiction, I think, seeing a whole world begin to unfold on the page and that sense of flow that you really can get when you're writing. That's the exciting thing. So I teach, and the mentors on my team, which I'll also talk about, teach this idea of balancing the organic growth of our work with a very deep knowledge of craft, but the craft underpins it, and we actually allow for that sense of alchemy, which is why I call it alchemy, and magic in the process. I'm thinking about John Fowles, who actually said, I do not plan my fiction any more than I plan woodland walks. And there are so many really great novelists who don't do everything by plotting things out in advance. They actually allow for their work to unfold. They read widely. They research something in real depth. And I think that's kind of so key. And I'll talk too about connection. We teach connection with other writers, the importance of community, with our readers, how to communicate with our readers, how to gain readers and do the marketing in advance of publication, and also connection, with the industry out there. This is our mission statement. Effectively, it's that we cultivate an unparalleled community of writers who each take pride in their very distinctive voice. This really matters to me. So many people, again, get stuck with this idea of, and I'm not saying that's you necessarily, but am I good enough? Or what's so different about what I'm doing? And I always come back to the words of Martha Graham, the American choreographer. And she basically said, she talked about that sort of sense of uniqueness, and actually if you don't express that essence of who you are, she says it will not emerge through any other medium and will be lost. And I kind of, if you go away with nothing more from what I say today, just a reminder that what you have is an absolute gift to the world, and I just so encourage you to continue with your writing and to let it evolve over time. We have a really strengths-based approach in the way that we approach writing. That's not to say that in our manuscript assessment we're saying, oh yes, it's very, very good. Of course, we look really carefully at what you're good at, but we also think about, what could we do to improve this work. But you go away empowered and not feeling, I'm sure many of you would have had those criticisms of your work where you feel utterly crushed, and we're so not about that. We're about, this is what you're doing really well. Look at what you're doing on page 25. If you apply that on page 75, it's going to really elevate that portion of the work, learning what you're good at, but also developing your craft. And our literary community, as you can see, it does go beyond just the online world. One of the things that we pride ourselves on in our literary community, which is our membership, is that we meet in person. We really get to know people. The literary community is our membership. It's £35 a month. You might see it on the website as 55. But drop me a line because we're actually just about to change that. In fact, it will change in the next month. And it offers online classes weekly in creative writing. It offers getting together online, live on Zoom to write. And it also includes these twice yearly get-togethers. So I think the first one was at the Tate Modern, and the second one was both our winter outings. In summer, we tend to go to Kew Gardens. And it's just, I know every single person on there really well. We have an incredible sense of people who just come back with us and to us and work with us year after year. In fact, I can see a couple of people on that top slide there, Josephine and Verinda, who we met in this very room a couple of years ago. So leaning into our literary community, this was at the Tate event there, treat your writing as a beloved profession and take dedicated action towards your professional goals. We're all about the habits, we're all about the self-belief, and also starting to think about what is unique about yourself as you build your writer brand and take it out into the world. This is just a sample of some of the books that have been published. We've got many writers who've obviously gone on to be published. And I'm really interested in these very, very different routes. There's a real mixture there of big trad publishing self-publishing, small publishing. If I just take one example there of artificial wisdom on the bottom line there, Tom Weaver. What was fascinating about his story is that he came to us, he was mentored by one of my team, Mark Legat, and also some other members of our team. We've got people in all genres. And what actually happened there is that at first, Tom did decide to self-publish. Many people here know how bruising that whole agent process can be, and we see amazing books passed over so many times. But over time, Tom absolutely got on board with his marketing and did an incredible job. It was always a wonderful, wonderful book. And as a result, it's one of those great stories whereby now it's just been published as a lead title with Penguin. So it's a fabulous story of, self-publishing does not mean that you won't actually go on to traditionally publish. And in fact, I don't hold one above the other. Obviously, I could talk to you for hours about the pros and cons of each approach. If we look at Caroline Biggs there, for example, I mentored her through the non-fiction work you'll see there. The Spinning House, which is about the fact that Cambridge University used to lock up women in their private prison, believe it or not. Incredible story that she unearthed. Similarly, she went through the agent route, didn't have immediate success there, but we encouraged her to go direct to small publishers, and she eventually was published by the History Press, and it's all taken off from there. She's doing so many events around that book and is incredible at how she gets that vital story out into the world. Yeah, that's just a quote from Tom, pretty much what I said, connected him with Mark Legat, and he's now, or has been working with Mark on his second book too. And I know earlier the Discoveries Award was mentioned too, and this is Farhana Sheikh, who is a publisher and a writer, and I mentored her as a result of her getting a Develop Your Creative Practice Award, which is an Arts Council award, and she was mentored by me as a result of that award and went on to be longlisted for the Women's Prize Discovery Award. So again, just another really great story. Before I talk about School for Fiction, which is one of our programs at the moment, I just want to say something a little more about this idea of balancing organic growth with a deep knowledge of craft, because to me, it feels super, super central to what we do as writers. And I want to encourage each of you in this room, when you return to the page, to remember that sometimes just a few really, really simple concepts can help you to write a really, really engaging scene, and you don't have to see the whole picture. I'd see it time and time again, people held back by this idea that they don't see the whole. And yet, sometimes it's just a few really, really simple tricks that allow us to move forward. So, for example, with a particular character in mind in a scene, I just say write each scene with a sense of direction. Just know what that character wants in the moment. And just get a little index card if you're stuck with a scene and write, who's my character here? What do they want? What's getting in the way? And what might shift for them in this scene? You can take a few really simple points like that, on the back of an index card like this. And again, that's not even planning. That's just giving you the confidence to go into the scene. And don't write it so quickly that you're NaNoWriMo style, just like getting the words down. But equally, don't agonize over every word. We all know what magic editing can create. So I would say, just get into that scene and let it unfold before you, and don't be perfectionist, because that's, I think, when the alchemy comes in. I'm sure everyone here has experienced this, but I also know that we can forget it. We can think, I'm stuck. We can actually stay away. I've done it myself, we can stay away from our work for weeks, maybe even months in some cases on end, because we think we don't know how it's going to end, or we think we don't know the answer, and we forget the fact that returning to the page with a few simple ideas is what enables us to get us thinking about the work again, and that's kind of what I want for you to just remember, that if you come to, it's the bum in seat thing, just get to the page and suddenly everything will start to come alive again. So I just want to talk briefly about a couple of our programs. I've talked already about the literary community, which is our ongoing monthly membership. We've also got something brand new coming, which is our School for Fiction. I've obviously taught fiction writing 4 years, and as I said, it's like, I don't mean for 4 years, for 20, 30 years, but for many years. And I've often taught live, so this School for Fiction, it's going to be my first recorded online course in fiction writing, a 1-year journey, but we're also going to have live elements to the course, where we will also have online learning, and we are going to have every month a special guest. So in month 1 in November, we've got Salma Begum, who's a literary agent, coming along as our guest. And in December, we've got my dear friend and colleague, the best-selling novelist Louise Doughty, is coming along to be our December guest. And the programme also includes 20,000 word feedback on 20,000 words of your writing work. And it also includes feedback from an agent on your first 5 pages of the work and your pitch and synopsis. So when you do reach that stage, that's there for you. By total coincidence, we've got also something that closes today, which is that we've got a Developing Your Novel or Memoir course in May next year in London, a live course, and that's also included for people who book today. Happy to extend that by a day or two for people who are here, as I'm aware that is very, very last minute to give you that additional information. But if you are interested, do pop along to our stand outside, because we've also got something really special that we're offering people who are just here live, sort of in person in the room today. So please do come and speak to me if you're interested in that programme, or also Jacqueline Smith, my colleague who's on the stand. And yeah, that's our membership, the literary community. You can find that on the writingcoach.co.uk membership. But again, just drop me a line, because as I say, we're changing the pricing and it's going lower on that one. We also are one of the partners of Creative Future who offer mentoring prizes. Have I got a slide about this? No, I will tell you about that in a moment. But briefly, I will tell you about our Portugal writing retreat. It is what it says. We're having a fab time next April. If this is something that appeals to you, do come along and find out more. I think there's 15 rooms. We've got about three left now. So if the idea of kind of coming along for a week of writing workshops appeals, I will tell you more. It's a wonderful place, and we're going to have a great week. But I did want to, just talk about the fact that we offer prizes for Creative Futures. We also have scholarships for the literary community that will be opening in January. So do get on our mailing list if you're interested in being considered for one of our scholarships, also for underrepresented writers. We offer 3 each year. And what else do you need to know? Get Black on White is my online course. We offer a donation to Spear, a homelessness charity. So, yeah, I would love to tell you more about that too. I think, just checking what else I haven't told you. Yes, do get on our newsletter list out in the foyer. We are we're doing a prize draw for everyone who signs up to our list today we'll just pick a name out of the hat for 7,000 words of feedback on your writing work from one of our teams. So do sign up. It would be great to be able to tell you more about what we do. Most importantly, I would say, just back to that essential message, before I leave you, I just want you to absorb all of the great knowledge and information that you get over the course of today and allow it to take you back to that place where you know that your work matters. You know, this isn't about comparison. This isn't about who's going to be a success and who's not. It's actually about the fact that, we all know we live in a really troubled world in so many ways right now, and artists and writers have a hugely important role to play, which isn't to say that I'm suggesting you all write really political work or anything like that, but actually simply that expressing your truth is incredibly, incredibly powerful. And also I think it comes down to what it means to be human, to actually express, who we are as individuals. So I could talk for hours about this, but I won't. I let you guys have a break. But thank you so much for listening, and it's been a real, real pleasure, and I'd love to have a chat with you later today.
So thank you, everyone. So thank you, Jackie. So that was the end of our first session today, Meet the Writing Organisations. We now have a short break, and we'll be back here at 12 o'clock. But this is a perfect time for you you've heard from some really amazing organisations today. It's a perfect time for you to go out to their stalls in the foyer and have a chat with them. There will be a couple of other breaks during the day, so if they're very busy now, don't worry, there'll be an opportunity later on. So just to outline the rest of the schedule for today, to remind you, from 12 until 1, we have the Page to Publication panel in here. We have some 4 writers who will talk about their journey. From 1 to 1:30, we have a short break. From 1:30 to 2:30, we have Getting Your Poetry panel published panel. Then we have another short break, and our final session today is the agents panel discussion, and that's from 2:45 to 3:45. So see you back in here at 12 o'clock. Thank you.
Hello. Welcome to our second panel. Take off my stage pass. This panel is called Page Publication, and we have with us today 4 past winners of the Creative Future Writers Award to talk a little bit about their journeys to getting published. On my left is Karen Downs Barton, who is a working class Anglo-Romani writer. Her first book, Didakoi, based on her experiences of single parenthood and state childcare, won the International Book and Pamphlet Competition and was a Poetry Book Society recommendation. Her collection, Minx, was published by Chatto and Windus in March and was selected for The Guardian's Best Poetry Roundup. And next to Karen is Iqbal Hussein, whose debut novel, Northern Boy, was published by Unbound First. His short stories have won first prize in Writing Magazine's Grand Flash competition and also the Fowey Festival of Art and Literature. His stories appear in various anthologies and websites. Iqbal was a recipient of the inaugural London Writers' Awards 2018, and his first children's book will be published next year. And he recently won the World of Interiors Writing Prize. You can ask him about that, because I don't really know what it is. Next to Iqbal is Jess. Jess Moraine is a poet, actor, filmmaker, and co-founder of Theater with Legs, a queer experimental theater company. She is an alumnus of Southbank's New Poets Collective, winner of the Ledbury Poetry Prize, and the Outspoken Prize for Poetry and Poetry in Film. Her poetry pamphlet, One Woman Horse Show, is published by Bad Betty Press. And finally, Shun Oleyiwola is a poet, critic, choreographer, and performer. His work has been published in The Guardian, Poetry Review, The Telegraph, TLS, and elsewhere. His choreographic work has been presented at the V&A and the Central School of Ballet, and he's been commissioned by the Royal Society of Literature, the Ledbury Poetry Festival, and elsewhere. Shun's debut poetry collection, Strange Beach, was recently published by Fitzcarraldo Editions. Please welcome our panelists. So I thought for a start, maybe if you guys wanted to run down a quick overview of how you got published. Don't all jump in at once.
See, this is working. I first got published when I did what you shouldn't do, which is I wrote a poem from the heart and immediately sent it off into the ether. It was late at night, and I was sitting there thinking, oh, I feel so emotional about my own work. And an email came back saying, I love this. Are you dyslexic by any chance? Because I've made a few mistakes. And that they were going to publish it. And I thought, rock on. They published it overnight on their website, later in print. And it never stopped. The person who received my email became almost like a mentor to me. He was a fantastic chap. And every time I had a question, I'd go to him and say, oh, I don't think I can quite do this, or what do you suggest? And he was always there to give me an answer. He was just fantastic. And from then on it was, I want to get an education, because unfortunately, if you come from a Romani background, quite often you don't have an education, particularly females. And each time I went to do more qualifications, I met more people who became advocates for me. And I think that was really my journey, putting it out there in a way I shouldn't have done, and then it came to no effect.
Hi all. So I had my first book, Northern Boy, came out in last year, and it came out with Unbound, who used to be a crowdfunding publisher, and then they went into administration earlier this year. But that process was slightly around the houses. I first of all found my agent, who I found, I think in 2019 it was, and I found him off the back of a tweet on Twitter, in the old days when it was called Twitter, and in the old days when you had nice people on there, and not when it's turned into the horrible mess it is now. And so he took me on, And I worked with him on Northern Boy, and we shaped it, and we reshaped it, and we worked on various drafts, and then we sent it out on submission. We had lots of interest, but no takers, and that's something that no one tells you, that just because you've written a book, just because you found an agent, that doesn't then mean that it's going to get snapped up. So at that point, I was thinking, oh well, it can go in a drawer. Nothing is wasted in the world of writing. You always learn things. And I was about to move on to something else. And then I spotted a competition run by Unbound at the time, and they were vowing to publish 2 books every year by emerging writers. I sent it off, not expecting anything from it. And lo and behold, it then got longlisted, it then got shortlisted, and then it came out last year. So that lesson, I think, is that the route that you think is what you need might not work for you. If not, don't give up. There'll be other routes. Competitions, in this case, worked for me. And then my children's book, which is coming out next year, that was a very different experience. That won a children's competition. Again, slight theme here about competitions, just to get your words out there. And off the back of that competition, I had lots of interest for agents who would take on children's books. Then when we sent out that book last year, we had a huge amount of interest. Very different journey from Northern Boy. This time they were fating me. They were all wanting me to come on board, and they're all offering silly amounts of money. So 2 completely different journeys for 2 completely different books. And it just goes to show that, honestly, there's no one way of doing this. And sometimes luck comes into it, but always in the back of it is your belief in your words and to keep on going.
Hi, everyone. So it's not linear, I guess, none of it ever is. But for me, I took lots of courses at the poetry school, and I often think about that kind of being a time in my life when I was trying to practice, but was like thinking about how I could economically do that. Like, how can I make work cheaply, if I'm honest? And so poetry, the page, and this course felt really available to me in that sense. I got a bursary to sort of do some courses there, and it was encouragement from tutors to just place your work in different places that, in all honesty, it opened up an imaginative centre that I hadn't really checked in with, that I could actually locate like an avenue to select which magazines I wanted to which magazines excited me and where I could place my own poems. And for ages, I tried to submit, and it felt like a bit blurry. I didn't really know what I was doing. It was like very scattergun. But then once I started reading and being more specific with my own kind of relationship to reading, I started to intentionally find prints and journals that were really speaking to me. And then I kind of, sort of located those to send to. And I remember it all happened then really, really fast. The pandemic felt really key for me because it kind of zoned me into like a very, very streamlined space, like physically, but also emotionally. Like I was in one study, in the same seat, in the same desk, which does feel kind of, for me, particular, because I think that then grounded me. And I got my first poem published in Under the Radar, and that felt like it opened something up. I remember staring at the laptop like, I was in quite a lot of shock. Then once I got published, it felt like I could get published in other places. So I think that first publication was really key. And then it kind of tumbled from there. I then got published in Tentacular, which is an online journal that I'm obsessed with. And then Bad Betty had an anthology opening. So I submitted 3 poems to Field Notes on Survival, which was an anthology that came out, I think it was printed in 2021. And they, luckily for me, they printed 3 of my poems. And that then built up a relationship with Bad Betty, who I'd been fangirling for quite a long time. But it felt really organic in the sense that connection felt, pretty mutual. And then from there, off of the back of that anthology, they encouraged me to keep writing, and they were quite candid about wanting to publish my pamphlet. So that's me really. It kind of happened real slow from 2015 onwards. A lot of confusion, disorientation, and then suddenly it all sort of came together in a more direct way between 2020 and 2021.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for being here. I feel like my story is a mix of all of those in a different way. So I'll just actually maybe just talk about the moment I had my first poems published, which was a moment ushered into, I suppose, by necessity, and then having my first book published, which was published this past January in 2025. When I first got published, I think my first poems published were in this online magazine that had just started. So I think I was in issue 1. It was a magazine called Queerlings Magazine, and it began at the end of 2020 or something like that when they did the first call out. And the only reason I actually ended up submitting, I'd been writing poems and I'd kind of sent to some competitions in America that it was, I think, just so obviously hopeless for me to have done that, having only just come into thinking of language in lines, and I'd gotten rejections and some letters to there. But then it got to a point, if you can't tell, I'm American, and I desperately wanted to stay in the country, and so to be able to apply for the visa, it was called the Global Talent Visa, and I wanted to apply as mostly a dancer. I'm also a dancer, but also with a kind of literary lens, so I needed to have proof that I was working as a writer or someone in the literature field. The application was due in about a month, and Queerling's call was like closing in 2 or 3 days and would be published in like a month after that. So I was like, perfect, I'll just submit, hope they get in, and that would count as a proof of appearance to be able to get my visa. So I did get published there. They published 4 poems, and then I quite literally just used it as a proof to say, oh, I'm a working poet, whatever that means. In many ways, a contradiction, and so that was necessity. Now I had been writing, and I hope feeling the deep well of feeling it takes to be able to engage with poetry, but really I needed to be published. Otherwise, I would not be able to be maybe sitting in front of you here at this moment. And then the moment of actually getting my book published was very different. I was writing my poems, I think it was a day in 2022. I think it was in August, it was still warm, and my friend who either had just started working, he started working as an editorial assistant at Press, and was just like, oh, well, you should get an agent. And I really hadn't thought about it at that point. I'd just been writing poems. I hadn't been really submitting them. I'd had mentors who I'd been working with, but I wasn't really thinking of submitting them to places. And then the second my friend, who I suppose had the authority to tell me that I should have an agent, said I should, my life in that moment, I remember it was an August morning, I woke up, I think he texted me like 8 something in the morning, and then my life became all about having an agent in that like 1 minute, and I was like, I am incomplete without this. And then it was a very normal process. I just started stalking electronically the poets who I loved, whose agents they were. I made a list and I sent them out. I got rejected, which is fine. I got ghosted, but I also got the one that's a little more annoying when it's like, thank you for sending, I'm looking forward to reading, and then nothing comes back, which is worse than just saying no and just involves you with them because you start to think of them as someone who will be a part of your development. And then I got rejections. I sent another batch a month later. My agent initially said, her name is Kirsty McLaughlin. She's like, you write, your poems are really great, but I don't really just the poets who I represent are usually writing other stuff. And so in desperation, I sent her like 3,000 words of something else, prose that I've been working on. And from there she was like, okay, so it seems like, obviously it wasn't, and I say this because I'd had another experience with another agent who I told them I was a poet and maybe working on prose, and they were like, basic, we don't care about your poetry, show us your novel, show us your this. And with my agent now, she wasn't at all like that. She was like, I hear you're a poet, I see you're working in prose, I can work with that. And she didn't make me feel like my poetry was lesser than, which I think was really important. And then a couple months later, we sent the book out, and it got picked up by Granta. And then the editor went from Granta to Fitzcarraldo, and thus the book went from Granta to Fitzcarraldo.
So my next question is, I mean, this was maybe a little bit covered in your journey, but what were the biggest barriers to you as a writer and getting to where you are today, sitting on the stage at the glamorous Southbank Center?
I'm going to try this. Oh, this is much better, Mike. I think I alluded to dyslexia, and I think most people would have thought having a problem like that would be a problem. I don't see it as a problem at all. Yes, I've had a few glitches, but I think it was anxiety. I work a lot with poetry that is about my past, and so meeting audiences like yourselves, reading, having Q&As, initially that was my worst barrier. It was myself, because I wasn't prepared to stand up on a stage, say something, hold an audience, and then hear my own words and realize what I was actually disclosing to people. And I think that took a big shock of sort of, oh my God, I've got a whole heap of people in front of me. And I think one of the worst ones, actually you were there, I was doing a book launch, and half my family are my partner's family, and they knew nothing about my past. And I suddenly realized that I was about to read a poem with the word vagina in, and I was like, oh my God. I looked to one side of the room, and there was my daughter with her boyfriend. So I thought, not facing that lot. Looked the other side, and it was my really lovely nephew, looking all sort of big-eyed at me, and I thought, holy smoke. So I just looked over the top of their heads and sort of just went for it. But I realised at that moment, oh no, I've got to suck it up, and I've got to do this. And we were talking before we came on, and I think the last festival I was at was Edinburgh, and that's huge. And I didn't have a moment of worry. I got up, I sort of chatted, said the word vagina, and just thought, no, I'm owning that word. And I was fine with it. But myself, I think, was my worst barrier to moving forward. So I think if I gave any advice about, if you know that's you really, and you're writing about really personal subjects, I would say, definitely get out to readings and use those words you don't like using as much as you can until they don't mean anything to you. They're there, you know what they mean, but it's like, yeah, I don't mind, I'm disclosing that. It's not just that you're picking this book up and reading it in your own bedroom. I'm out there in front of an audience, so that would have been my worst barrier.
I would say for me, it's about identification. So if you don't see yourself in that world of publishing, so if you're Northern, I'm Northern obviously, if you're of Pakistani background, you're working class, you don't find people in that industry on the whole who are from that background. So most agents are white middle class. There's nothing wrong with that, but they do lack an understanding of your experience. So in my first book, nearly all of my character names, for instance, it's a small thing, but it's kind of on your mind. All their names are Muslim names, and then you're thinking, gosh, is a non-Pakistani person going to struggle on this name? Do I have to simplify it? Do I italicize any of the Punjabi words that I'm using in my text? And in the end, I decided not to italicize because I thought, for my characters, those words are not foreign. They're part of their normal thing. So, yeah, if you don't see yourself in that field, it's very daunting because also then your chances are that you haven't grown up in a household where books are common, where you're read to, where people know anyone who works in the industry. You almost certainly won't know anyone else who's an author or who has aspirations of writing. And so you are out there slightly on your own, and you don't know what to do. How do you find an agent? Even that's quite daunting. If you've never dealt with an agent, how do you suddenly reach out? And also having that self-confidence. Again, if you come from that kind of working class background where anything creative generally isn't seen and it's generally not encouraged, and they're pushing you towards careers which are much more have status, like being a doctor or a lawyer, how do you know how to apply? How do you know what to put in a synopsis? How do you know what 3 chapters are? No one's giving you any of that advice. So that's daunting. And the final thing is I think that kind of self-censorship, where because you've been brought up in an environment which is all about not making a noise, in my case, a very tight-knit community in the north of England, it's very difficult then when you are ready to put your words down, because in the back of your mind you're thinking, oh my God, a bit like you, what if my mum reads this? Thankfully she can't read English, so I don't have that issue. What if siblings read it? What if nephews read it? Blah, blah, blah. What if the whole community reads it? But in the end, you know what? You're writing your book for you. You're not I'm certainly not. I'm not representing anybody else except for me. But if somebody else who's an outsider from any of those communities feels that they identify something in my writing, then that's brilliant. But I'm not a spokesperson, so I can't have that burden, because that would really stop me. So once I'd unshackled all of those cultural handcuffs, it became much easier. And then once I started winning competitions and prizes, and the Creative Future Writers Award was my first big win, the confidence that gives you, it's huge. And also then they will guide you and mentor you and show you how publishing works. So it becomes less scary. So the more you see something, but the more that somebody holds your hand and shows you it, that's a huge part of that journey of making it and breaking into it.
And how do you feel about saying vagina on stage?
I don't think I've ever said the word, and I'm not going to
Say
start
it.
now. No, I'm not going to, sorry.
Okay.
Vagina. No, I relate so much to what you've picked up on there, Iqbal. There's something about like what lives rent-free in your head. And I think, and actually you've got the wider systemic barriers, right? But then you've got these interiors of confrontation with yourself around like what you shouldn't be doing. And like for me, as is the process with all of because I'm interdisciplinary, so I'm practicing across different mediums, is like how to kill the people pleaser, but also trying to understand where that people pleasing tendency comes from. And I think it comes from, a need to kind of shapeshift around whiteness and shapeshift around like the immediate preoccupations with what you've been told you should be writing. And for me, I spent a lot of time like contemplating my relationship to the workshop space, because I think I love and need and thrive in a workshop space. So I was always looking for feedback groups. I love working through stuff in a group collective feeling. Like I feel like I'm on momentum. I can ride that group feeling. But then I was also encountering workshop spaces where I didn't feel comfortable. And I was like kind of in the workshop space, so like it was double fold, like really enjoying the sensation of like the collective, but also having like an inner monologue about like the nervousness to speak, or like how do I speak, when do I speak, and then like the self-censorship that can feel so live. And I think, to be honest, the battle through that was just writing for myself, like ultimately being at one with your vision and your dreams, and not trying to emulate anybody, drawing on those that you're inspired by, and kind of I'm quite obsessive. I don't know if you can tell. But guiding your own relationship to inspiration, and like feeling thirsty for those that inspire you, but also at the same time writing something that is in tune with your instinct. And I also work as an actor, and I think that was one of the biggest difficulties I had, like in a drama training context, was like, kind of that. A lot of tutors who were well-meaning, but they come from a very middle-class white sensibility of like, you're not taking enough risk, and I don't really understand why. And actually trying to unpack that like decades later, it's like risk is a very, very it's a very, very difficult thing to measure, but in relation to the institution, you need to feel, in order to feel safe, there's a level of playfulness that you need. So how do you find your playfulness in an environment that can feel unconsciously quite stifling? So I was like, right, fuck it, let's find spaces where I feel more at ease. And that tended to be in relation to peers, actually, in relation to voluntary feedback groups, things that we'd set up together, like in a way, like co-organizing spaces where we can privately chat and not be preoccupied with like the tutor's opinion on your work, which can be really interesting. But for me personally, I then start to go down a bit of a rabbit hole of like not feeling necessarily good enough. And then the last note I think I wanted to share was relationship to various neurodivergency and needing to work out when I'm burnt out. Like I have various neurodivergencies, and I think there was a level of burnout that I wasn't fully understanding. So it's like taking that time to replenish and refuel and not feeling like you have to be constantly generating as a writer. Like, how do you listen to the world? How do you immerse in your dreams, but also your sense of listening to what's around you? And that is also writing, even if you're not the notepad or the page.
I think the biggest barrier to getting published, at least for me, coming from dance background and moving to the UK to do my more dance at the master's level, I think paradoxically the biggest barrier was just thinking about trying to get published too much. And I say that going back to the example that I brought up about the day my life became all about having an agent, was that, of course, I'd conceptually known that maybe I'd wanted an agent, or I'd conceptually known that I'd wanted a book. But until that point where my friend kind of poked the bubble of creative work or fervor that I'd been in with the kind of outsideness of feeling a need to be in the business economic model of publishing, before he poked that with saying you should have an agent, I was just really focused on writing what I thought were the best poems I could write. This would have been the summer 2022. And I guess part of, and I guess I don't want to be as, optimistic as also saying, well, the world will find the good work, because I also don't know if that's true. A certain level of access, connection, networking, gumption, and temerity are needed to just be able to put yourself out there. But I do think in terms of, I'm always going to lean towards that, and hope, maybe perhaps naively, that if you just focus on the quality of the work, then the people, the readers who are meant to find it will find it. It makes me think of one of my favorite poets, Louise Glick, who was the poet laureate of the United States. And historically, the position is so that you make other people come into poetry and come into a knowledge of poetry across the whole country. And she decided, she was like, well, actually, even though I'm essentially America's poet for a year, I don't care about making more people read poetry. I believe the people who are going to find poetry, the people who need poetry, are going to somehow encounter it in their lives, and that will be meaningful to them. So she didn't make her laureateship about trying to graduate people into believing poetry was a necessary power. And I guess maybe there's a parallel there I'm trying to draw with. I guess I have to believe that the people who need, who will find your work are the people who need to have come into contact with it. But at the moment of their contact with it, it does have to be at a place. I mean, you can, and I think what Iqbal was saying, well, once you have an agent, there's also a kind of mentoring process that goes through, and the work changes and becomes stronger. with the knowledge of the people who work in the industry, but also before that moment, I think there's a kind of fidelity I think you're trying to have to yourself to say, is this, and I think this is along the lines of making the work for you, does this work feel like it's representative of some part of my consciousness, which is not necessarily saying, is it autobiographical, or is it personal, or is it lyric, but is it something true coming from me? Because otherwise, if it's full of false starts, or it's full of noise, or it's full of just what you believe should be published, so it's full of fake language that isn't really yours, then when the people who you will encounter at some point do get to that work, they're going to either just feel it is false, it is trite, it is done before, even though that also is a paradox because most literature is done before. If I think that moment of encounter with the person, I don't know, it kind of feels very Judeo-Christian what I'm trying to say. Like there's going to be this moment of epiphany, and they're going to see you, and then your life is going to change. I'm trying to pull that back, but I guess perhaps the spiritual part of me is like, yeah, if you write something good, something that you feel is true, something that you feel is, then the structures around that will align themselves, and perhaps I'm just saying there's a different relationship to needing to be published that, I don't know, I guess this when you feel like you need to, if you start to feel like you need to be published a lot sooner, it feels like it actually takes away the creative drive of making the work that is publishable.
Thanks. So I just wanted to ask, maybe we'll combine two questions. What was the greatest help in getting yourself established? And also, if you were going to give writers just starting out, what's the one piece of advice you would give them?
I think we've touched on already having groups of people around you that you can bounce ideas off. And I found that really helpful. I did do workshops, and obviously I went and got an education specifically in creative writing because I felt that was my métier. I really wanted to do it. But I think it was those people were my best advocates. They would tell me if there was some opportunity coming up, and I'd tell them if I heard of something. But also they were honest. You know, if you've got a group of people you totally trust and that you can go to, you can say, I'm working on this. You know, I've just literally created a new form in real life. And I went to a friend and said, I think this is new. I really want to run this past you. And I knew that, A, she wasn't going to nick it. You know, I think a lot of people think, I'm not showing my work to anybody. It doesn't exist in a vacuum. I know that you have a lot of faith in, but people will find it. I'm not quite so full of faith. I think you've got to push it out there. You've got to go to the gigs. You've got to get up. You have to get your face known. If you're going to go and work in a festival anywhere, how will the festival organisers know that you can hold a room, that you can deliver your work, that you can talk about your work, and that you won't crumble? The only reason they'll know that is if they've heard that you've done it before. But it's a catch-22, right? You can't do it and prove it until you've done it. So starting small and working your way up and listening to what people say, not always believing them because not everyone will have your back, but the people that do, trusting them and having that network of people. I think my network, is really second to none. I feel that I can trust them, that I can ask them questions, that they can ask me questions. So having a community of writers, I know it sounds difficult, especially if you're doing things online or you don't live somewhere where there are writers. You can find them if you're doing workshops. You can find them and you can keep in touch with people personally. And I think that's been my greatest help, and that's what I always advise people to do. Get your face out there, because if you are not, then how do people know you exist? Get your work out there, because if they haven't heard it, how do they know it exists? They're not going to suddenly light upon it on the internet and go, oh my God, this is the best thing going. I looked at your cover and whoa, that's special. I've got to read it. No, they want to hear some of it as well. So no matter how you feel, get your face known, because that's your first way in through that door. Just don't hide yourself under a bushel, really.
And who was it that you did that first workshop with, where you found your people?
Let me think. God, it is a while back. I've done them with Wayne, and I've done Anthony, an ex-guru who will be here later. I've done some workshops with him. I think I've done workshops with just about everyone at one time or another. I'm one of those people that even when I was doing an MA, I had 3 workshops that I was doing with poetry school that were also going on at the same time, because I just couldn't get enough or have enough punishment. So yeah, a lot.
I'd agree with absolutely everything there. I would say get feedback, be open to feedback. And this isn't feedback from your mum or your brother, because they will generally just say it's wonderful. Find some writing community in your actual community or online, or by joining various organizations, and be open to feedback. I've come across so many writer friends who have asked me to look at something, so I'll look at it and I'll give my feedback, and they'll ignore it all. And I'm not saying that I have all the answers, but you've got to be open to feedback, because you can't improve unless you take in some of the feedback. Some things will connect and will make sense, and you'll say, yeah, fantastic. Some things won't connect to you, and that's absolutely fine, but just be open to it. I would say in general, be open to any opportunity. So my motto in life, and it's becoming increasingly so, much to my partner's annoyance, is to say yes to everything. Because you never know what one opportunity will lead to. Somebody will see your work, somebody will have read you, somebody will suggest you to somebody else. So be open. I would also say be nice, which is such a trite thing, but so often I come across some really horrible people who once they make it well, they get published, they pull up that ladder so quickly. That's a very horrible thing to do.
I have to agree that be nice. Absolutely. Somebody once said to me, it was a tutor actually, nobody remembers nice Karen. And then she said, after all, who was the good witch in the Yellow Brick Road? I didn't know, but somebody across the table from me said, Glinda. And afterwards she said, I only knew because our school did it last year. But never mind. Nice is good. Be nice, and you will find nice people.
Absolutely. And if at any point in your career, as it goes on, if you can help somebody else, please do so. It generally costs you nothing, but it means the world to that new person. And I was going to say, be nice, be open to feedback, absolutely. And also, as you said, Karen, just put yourself out there. Part of the issue is that so many competitions, especially if you're from a working class background where every penny counts, so many competitions, well-known ones, cost, it's £10 here, £20 there, they all tot up. And that can be you entering a competition versus you having enough food for that week. But equally, there are free opportunities. The Creative Future Writers Awards, spread the word, do amazing things. They're the London writing agency, and many other competitions, particularly online, that are either free or have a minimal entrance fee. So don't let the prohibitive cost of a lot of competitions put you off. If you make enough connections, there are generally enough free opportunities, or there are bursaries. Again, don't be too proud to apply for a bursary. It's a real working class thing. You don't ask for anything. Sometimes, you know what, ask it, because if you don't ask it, somebody else will. And you've got every right to be having that bursary. If you need the help, there's no shame in that. So yeah, just get yourself out there and make yourself known. Say yes, be nice. And I'm not saying that if you do all those things that you'll get published. Again, I've read some shockingly bad pieces by people who are not taking feedback, so their writing never gets any better. But generally, if you're a writer who wants to be published and you're willing to listen, you're willing to learn, to improve, like we're all improving even now, at some point your moment will come, but the moment might take some time. So you've got to generally you have to put in legwork. It just doesn't happen overnight. My first book took so many years to get published. My second book got published much easier. As you said, sometimes when you have the first thing published, that makes it slightly easier because people get to know who you are. And I would say never give up. Never.
Oh, I feel a bit emotional after that. Yeah, I was thinking about loads of things in those answers, but I think for me it's a mixture of a lot of what's been said. But for me, it's something about being a nuisance, being like punky. And what do I mean by that? Like, do it like there are a million different ways to exercise and experiment. So like what is like that thing? I'm sure all of us here have a thing that we aren't verbalizing that we want to play with, but we're not playing with it. And I'm sometimes I think about the artists that have really made a mark on my psyche. I think a lot about Grace Jones, and like she, at least my perception or what I'm projecting onto Grace Jones is that she does not give a shit. She is doing what she needs to do. She emulated, I think I watched an interview of her describing how she found her like alter ego through the performance or subversion of her stepdad, who was pretty oppressive force in her life. And this reclaiming of this like idea became hers. And that was a small instinct that then turned into her craft and her artistry. So I feel like there's something of like, there's a driver internally, like how that interior that we all have, how can that be actualized in some kind of process? Like if it's not on the page, is it like in the body? Is it through some other, is it through conversation? Is it through sound? Like, and I don't think you have to be a specialist to play. I guess it's just about giving something like a go in a way that is like not narrow. Like how can you do the thing that you've been preoccupied with inside? And then I think also for me there's something around that ecosystem that's been brought up around like your mentors. I think there's something about wherever I can, no matter how much I might feel at capacity, I think if somebody's like the window of like someone asking for my eyes on something or like a thought, I try and give it where I can, because I think it goes in a cyclical nature. Like there are charities, support groups and mentors who have actively picked me up and like held me. And it's interesting when you were saying like I wouldn't necessarily get feedback from family members. Like lots of my family don't read my poems, but sometimes I'm curious to think like if I were to present this to somebody that like previous partners have said to me, like, I don't understand your poetry. I'm proud of you for doing it, but I don't understand. And I'm like, that to me is interesting. I want to know what your like emotional experience is. Obviously, you don't want to bombard all of your like partners with your poems like in the morning or whatever. But there is something in that relationship to like whose feedback is what I need right now. I remember one partner, and this is the kind of the last thing that I'll say, but a few years ago I was at a press night that was pretty nerve-wracking for a show that I was in. I was understudying in a show, and I remember feeling quite small in this show. There were like a lot of high-profile actors in this Shakespearean production, and my partner at the time was with me by my side, and she kind of just put her hand in the small of my back to just kind of like help my body sort of open. And that is the gesture that I try and hold with me. It's like, how can I place my own hand at the small of my back, and like also how can we do that in a system with each other collaboratively? Because I think nothing, as somebody said earlier, exists in a silo. So where can we be in an ecosystem that's like fueling collaboration and collective working over like this solo idea or this individualistic idea of like, I need to be here and get myself to there, like that can be pretty tiring, I think, or at least that's how I experience that kind of solo. Maybe solo panic is the right phrase. That's the phrase I'm going to pass over to you on.
Solo panic. I think just to offer a bit of a clarification on what I said earlier, I don't know. I'm not suggesting that one takes the kind of Dickinsonian approach of just making a bunch of stuff and tucking it into your drawer. But I do think a lot of writers have praise kinks, And by that, I mean that we want to be praised and told that we're good. And I say that as a astute member of the community. And I guess I just believe that good work produces and will kind of almost radioactively produce its occasion for being shared. And so if you're writing something and I actually don't think this is a function of time. I think if you write something in 20 minutes, it can be amazing, and it can produce the occasion of wanting other people to see it and get feedback or just hear what they think about it, versus writing something in 20 minutes or 3 days or a month, sending it off not because you actually are in the place where you need to know what the work does, but because you just want to be told the task you've dedicated so much of your day, week, or month to was worth it, by being told that it is good or you are good for having produced it. And I think that's just kind of what I mean by I say what I'm like, let's focus on the work, because I believe that if the work is focused on, it will come to a moment where it has no choice but to be try to now do its work on other people, which is not necessarily the work of being told you are good or a good writer, but perhaps the work of saying this terrified me, or this made me feel very bad, or I felt absolutely elated to be reading this because it connected to me. I would imagine that most writers want that kind of connection and that your work did something to me. And yes, being told you're good and this is beautiful, those do also need to be part of the process because those help you keep going, but they are short-term. They're just like dopamine hits that may keep you going for a little bit, but in the long run are equivalent to like opening your phone and just going to Instagram without thinking about it. That's the clarification. Now on to the next question, which is about advice. I would say maybe just I was in the New Poets Collective with Jess. I worked with some mentors, Anthony and Axaguru, who is I think the one of the greatest and most prolific teachers everyone has worked with him, and he's a great mentor. And I worked with Camille Rouse and Andre Simons, but amongst that, I only ever took one 10-week poetry class on form and feeling. And beyond that, all my writing and kind of trying to learn about poetry was really just me apprenticing myself to people's work. And I think that's maybe the advice I would say. I think there's this kind of idea that we need to, I think reading widely is good, and maybe because of my critical, I write reviews, I have to read widely, and I just kind of like to be in the know. But I actually don't know if reading widely is generally a good thing. I think perhaps, I think that we write more alike than we write differently. I think what we call style is actually just very minute gradations of difference between writers. We work with essentially more or less the same building blocks and the same kind of grammatical structures, and then we have the differences are just are smaller than I think what is alike. So I would say apprenticing yourself to one person or one kind of writer or one kind of writers from a specific time, just get obsessed with them, read everything they've ever written, be able to off the cuff give an essay about this specific person. And I say that one for its pedagogical. I think when you learn to almost obsess yourself with one, and I hope and believe there is someone out there for everyone and you just have to find who that person is that will just endlessly, and you look at their work over their whole career, and I really believe you'll learn most of what you need to learn about writing from someone who has written over a long amount of time. And then you read widely and read other things, and that can give you other tricks and kind of other ideas. But I think apprenticing yourself to someone's work over time, learning what made them change, learning how they changed, learning what they wrote about, whether it's nonfiction or poetry or fiction, I think that actually is what I would offer as a kind of advice to strengthening your work, which will then put you in the position, I think, to be published.
Thanks. So let's take, we've got about 10 minutes for questions. It's hard for us to see. Oh, I can see sort of now. Who's got a question? Oh, everybody has a question all at once. All right, well, we're just going to have to do our... Oh, we have a question. I was going to say we're going to do our dance number. Yes, please. Yeah, can we get in the... Yeah, we'll do that, and then a few rows back.
This is a question for the American guy. Sorry, I don't know your name. The final thing you said.
Final thing I said.
I have an author in mind, and I hate his early work. I think his characters are cardboard and one-dimensional, and I got rid of those books. I thought I'll never read them again. But I like what you said, to read everything he's ever wrote. So do you learn as much by the early mistakes that author made as you do from the later stuff? And I guess what I really want to ask is, how do you analyze that? How do you, when you're reading everything somebody has read, how do you make sense of that journey? How do you apply that to what you want to write?
So the question is, when you're reading someone over time, and maybe everything they've written from when they started to when they, how do you take that? How does that clarify your journey when you were going to be writing yourself? I mean, I think it relates to this idea. I think something we talk about a lot in writing circles is finding your voice, and often voice, I mean, we can't go too much into like how voice is more of like a collective or a cultural and even sometimes like a sociological kind of composite of different facets like time and politics and da-da-da-da-da. But it's to say, I think if you read someone over time and you begin to almost forge your voice against theirs, something begins to happen. If our voice is something that kind of amoebously exists inside us, by continually having to deal with a voice of an other, which we have to do daily anyway with other people, by continuing to avoid and deal with this literary voice, I feel like there's this kind of sifting or battle that begins, not battle, it doesn't need to be violent, but this kind of movement between the thing that exists inside you and the thing you continually put into your head. This is why, you know, people maybe who watch the news all the time, you can kind of see how the novels have become almost like, you know, representations of journalism and very short kind of clippy sentences. You've taken a lot of news, you'll write in a kind of media way. If you've taken a lot of poetry, your language might be a little bit more Baroque than everyone else's. And which, anyway, this is just to say, focusing your attention on someone over time, whether you like it or not, I think begins to sharpen and forge what is inside you against them, such that when you go to the page, you will either so vehemently refuse what it is that you have heard, and you will then write against that writing, and then you have that energy. Or if it's something you've really liked, you will imbibe it, and then you will also try to just copy it, which I think coming from a dance background, I really don't fear copying. Being a dancer, the highest aspiration is to look like your teachers or to look like the choreographers who taught you movement. And I think in writers, I think
Yeah,
I would agree with that. Can we get the question towards the back, and then this gentleman in front, and then that's probably we'll see what we have time for.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the panel. It has been very helpful. I have this question especially for Jess and Soon, because you said that you both work across medium and are interdisciplinary discipline artists. How do you choose which project to work on? Do you also write both prose and poetry at the same time? Do you still work on your theater, film project at the same time as your poetry? Or how do you structure your day, your months, or your year to what to work on? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a really good question, and I think there's something about being interdisciplinary intentionally, and then it also being a byproduct of I don't want to use the word hustle, but that's the one available to me right now, because it is also, if you're not from a background where you have I suppose as much safety net, then you're having to jump. Well, at least in my experience, I had to jump medians in order to make money. I think for me, Wanda Coleman speaks about this a little bit in a recent interview I found on YouTube. It's really good if anyone gets a chance to watch it. I think it was with the LA Review. She talks about writing into the the edges and finding time to write was often around the multiple jobs she was spanning. But I think there is something in that, because it goes back to that burnout I was talking about. Sometimes it's really difficult to actually have any emotional energy to find the writing or find your heart space to do that. But then I think it's retrieving a sense of reframing what it is that you're writing, or reframing an idea of what it is to write, because sometimes I might formulate a whole series of poems in my head, and that is no less than speaking it or putting it out there into the world, onto the page. But I think it's also working out in a way what is economical to you, and where you feel in a really boring way. I'm better in the morning, so I'm just gonna enjoy that window of time. If I struggle with, I'm like you, Karen, I'm also dyslexic, so there's a fear of the book. Okay, so I read out loud 1 page a night. I'm still a reader if I read 1 page a night. So it's what can you snatch in that feeling of scarcity, but that also feels like it's yours? And the last thing I should say is, we're always juggling life. All of us have a million things going on. Some of us might be carers. Many of us in the room will be parents, or we've got preoccupations with lots of other stuff that we're having to hold. But I think it's returning to your pleasure. What drives your pleasure? How does that then in turn drive your feeling? When I'm on a theatre job, I weirdly can't write. It encompasses too much of my head. But then I can use that theatre process once it's finished to remember all the things I enjoyed about it, and that somehow gets me into a jet stream of writing. So maybe knowing what works for you and what doesn't is super key. When you go to the gym, I don't know if anyone here is I can't go to the gym or exercise after 5 p.m. That's cool. Just then just do it beforehand, or not being afraid to just choose your hours. I think we'd be a bit mad if we tried to write, I don't know, every day at a set hour. It doesn't really work like that for most people.
Yeah, I think that keeping your reservoirs filled is really important. And I don't know how many times I've heard you guys say oh, I didn't do any writing this week, but you're always kind of writing in your head, and folding the laundry is part of your writing time. I think on that note, we're kind of out of time, but hopefully our panelists will stick around for a few minutes and you can grab them in the foyer. Tipping is accepted. And thank you very much. So we'll be back in half an hour with the poetry publishers.
So good afternoon. So this panel discussion is getting your poetry published. And I'm Rose Kigwana, I'm CEO of Creative Future, and I'll be chairing this discussion. We have a wonderful lineup of speakers here today. So we have Amy Aker from Bad Betty.
Hi everyone.
We've got Jane Kamain from Nine Arches.
Hello everyone.
And Anthony Anaxaguru from Outspoken. Great, I'm going to ask the panel in a minute to introduce themselves in a bit more detail. And then I'm going to ask them some questions, and that will be the bulk of the discussion. And then hopefully there'll be some time at the end for you, the audience, to ask them some questions as well. Okay? So can I just start off by asking, if we start with Amy, for you to just introduce yourselves a bit more and talk a little bit about what kind of publisher you are as well. Thank you.
Hi, hello. I am Amy Aker, and I run Bad Betty Press with Jake Wildhall, who's out in the hallway on a little stall. We've been running Bad Betty for nearly 10 years, and we publish poetry. We started very small. We're still very small in terms of our team, but always kind of developing in terms of our output. Our kind of remit, I suppose, is that we try to celebrate voices less often heard and stories less often told. We kind of aim to, I guess, expand the kind of remit of what poetry and poetry publishing is and can be, so that more people get to feel seen in the work that's out there and the work that's being published. And we also run live events around the country. We're based in Nottingham, so that's our flagship event, and then we run a series of events called Bad Betty Live, where we take our authors on tour.
Great, thank you. So Jane, could you introduce yourself?
Hello everyone, I'm Jane Kamain. I'm a poet and writer, and I'm also editor at Nine Arches Press. Nine Arches have been running for 18 years nearly. We are a West Midlands based publisher. We're based in Birmingham. And we've currently published about 160 poetry publications since we started. We also have an in-house magazine called Under the Radar. Under the Radar is very much a place where we hope that emerging writers will rub shoulders with slightly more established ones, and that is also available as a print and digital version now as well. As well as the work we do as a publisher in publishing full poetry collections, we also have a mentoring scheme called Dynamo, which works specifically across the West Midlands region, supporting new and emerging writers. And then we have Primers, which is our national scheme, which usually has a guest editor. This year's one has been Laurie Bolger, and Laurie's just selected her shortlist of 10, and will select then 3 writers to go into the mentoring scheme over the next year. As well as mentoring, like Bad Betty, we have events. We have a regular poetry event and workshop in Coventry that's still running at the library there. We also do a lot of work with libraries regionally, so we tend to work with readers groups, work with different library groups as well, and take poetry out into those spaces too. So quite a lot of things that we do that sort of aside from the publishing, but sort of feed into the development of both poets and readers.
Great, thank you, Jane. So Anthony, could you introduce yourself, please? Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Anthony Anaxaguru. I run Outspoken Press, which is part of Outspoken Live that happens here actually on this stage once a month, and then once a year in the QEH. We had a show last night. The live show started in 2012 and the press started in 2015. We publish around 6 books a year. I'd like to kind of keep it small and concise, mixture of pamphlets and full collections. We run the Outspoken Academy, which happens throughout the year. Masterclasses, 6-week course, 9-week course, and a 3-month course with different poets tutoring. There's online masterclasses as well as in-person masterclasses. So once a month here, we do an in-person masterclass, and then we run them monthly online as well. There's a development program called the Outspoken Development Scheme that we run once a year as well, where 3 writers work with me over the course of a year. and that's in partnership with Spread the Word and New Writing North. 2 writers from up north, 1 writer from the south, and they work with me over the course of a year. And then we do various like industry talks as well. So poets who we kind of work with or that come through the mentoring programs get access to industry professionals. So there's a lot of work actually. Now that I say it all out, there's a lot that goes on.
Yeah, lots of exciting stuff there. Thank you. So I'm going to start with my first question to you guys. So what's the process in approaching you with a poetry manuscript? And any of you can go first if you're ready.
I don't mind diving in. So at the moment in October, we are open to manuscripts. So we open to manuscripts usually twice a year, sometimes once a year. This year just once because we have primers running as well. You can send work at any point during October for us to read, usually just 20 poems up front. We also have the magazine, which is actually a really good way for writers to send us work for us to look at, to give you a sense of whether we're sort of in the same ballpark, if you like. So that can be quite a good way of being a testing ground of sending your work to us. There's no fee for sending work. You can send work to Under the Radar and to the submissions complete without charge. And we're basically interested in new work that excites us and has something interesting to say. So, that's how our submissions work.
Similarly, we have submissions windows once a year at Bad Betty. This has been a bit different because we had some funding issues, so we've had a kind of a year off, but typically we are open for pamphlet submissions in June and then for full collections in July, and we ask people to send 10 pages. We have a pamphlet imprint called Little Betty, which is often where people, especially if you're working on your first solo publication, that's often a good way in. We've published quite a few Creative Future alumni through our pamphlets. And then the pamphlet submissions are read by Vanessa Kasule and Anya Koenig, who are our pamphlet editors, and then the full collections are read by myself and Jake Wildhall. And then we select a kind of a shortlist from that, where we'll ask for the full manuscript and then select authors from that. And there'll often be there might be kind of a 18-month lead time from taking your manuscript to then it being published and out in the world, and then during that time we'll be working together to edit and design and get it ready for publication.
Thank you. Is that quite common then, to the 18-month kind of lead-in time? Is that quite common across?
I think so. I think it depends. And often pamphlets you can get them out quicker. Like I suppose that's more towards the kind of full collection. And actually that would be for a full collection, maybe a year for a pamphlet.
Great, thank you. Anthony, did you have anything to add to that question?
What the process of submitting?
Submitting poetry manuscripts,
Submitting poetry manuscripts. It's kind of a mixture. I think we have a submittable that opens once a year online, and people usually submit, like Jane was saying, like a sample of their writing along with like a cover letter. And then I kind of go through that over the course of 3 months and read and kind of make a long list and then a short list, and then depending on our funding, how many we're going to take from that kind of cohort. But there's also like informal ways that people do it, and they just email you directly, or they'll message you on Instagram and say, can I like send you my manuscript, or can you have a read of some poems? Over the last few years, I do a lot of mentoring, like one-to-one work with people, and 2-3 of the poets that I mentored I ended up publishing them over the space of 2 years, which, like, I shouldn't make a habit out of it, if I'm honest, but they were just very good. And I felt that they fit with what it is that we do. But I don't like to kind of make that the thing. So it's just a mixture of different ways. And also, like, if you read poets in magazines and you like what you read in a magazine, you kind of want to go and read more about them and look them up and who are they and what else have they written. So sometimes we go to them. Like I'll email someone and just be like, hello, do you have any more work I could read, and do it that way.
Great, thank you. So my second question is, what are you looking for in a poetry manuscript then? And any of you can go first.
I'll go, yeah. I think people talk about voice a lot. And I know that's always quite a daunting answer because everyone's like, well, how do I find my voice, or how do you define that? And it's quite hard. But I think you know when you're reading it when something really grabs you. And I think for me the best way to distill it is to find someone that's not trying to write like anyone else, because we all tend to do that a little bit and tend to kind of emulate our idols, and that's obviously really natural, and I think that's part of the process of writing. But then when you're coming to set out, this is my book, especially your first manuscript, it's got to be really authentic, and it's got to come from you, because there aren't really any original stories. There's only the way that you tell it. It's, you know, your version of that story that will make it unique. Yeah, and I think part of that is kind of trusting that actually what is inside you is worth saying and worth hearing, rather than trying to write it in a way that makes you feel more like a poet or more like another poet that you admire. And that's hard because it's a leap of faith, and I think that's something that comes from the more you write and share with other people, the more feedback you get, and working with mentors and getting that kind of support where you learn to trust, I'm going somewhere with this that is unique to me. And I think that always shines through when you're reading people's work.
Thanks.
Yeah, I think that question of voice is a really interesting one, and I think it does matter to have a sense that the work you're reading has a sense of what it wants to say, of trusting the voice. The writer is trusting their own voice, I think. It's often a sign that the person has spent a long time working on their poems, really trusting in what they are doing as well. And I think that's what really comes across when the voice just feels right. So definitely that, I'm definitely looking for a sense that this work is quite unique, and the writer has reached a point where they really trust their own ability to tell whatever story or narrative is within the poems. I think also the sense that the writer has taken their work out into the world in some way. So if I'm going to take on a full collection, I need to know that they've probably tested their poems out, whether that's through sending them to journals and magazines, or you don't have to do all of these things by any means, but at least some of them to tell me that there's audience out there for the person's work, in terms of maybe they've done performances, perhaps they're involved in a poets collective, perhaps they've even been involved in setting something up like an open mic. All those things are really useful because they give me a sense of the audience that we waiting for that book to come out as well. So that's the kind of practical side of it, as well as the sort of artistic side of it. And ultimately as well, I think people can worry sometimes about submissions, that the editor is looking for something absolutely perfect and publishable. Sometimes the most exciting manuscripts are the ones where there's a little bit of work to still do, but the writer just has something truly original. So I guess this is my way of saying, don't worry about order too much. Get it as good as you can, but don't worry if things aren't 100%, or you've got 70 poems when really you should only have 60 in your collection, because part of an editor's job will be helping you get there, but also it's better to have a collection that's a little bit rough around the edges, but really, really good work, I think, as well. And sometimes the other is true. You do get absolutely perfect collections where, you don't want to change a word. They're just so good. But generally, I think it's good for writers to know that they don't have to have everything absolutely finished and polished as well.
Yeah, I think I echo a lot of those things. I guess this question, you get asked it a lot as someone who works in publishing, like this actual question. And I kind of, similar to what Jane and Amy have both been saying, but I kind of started to think about it. I tried to kind of think about it in a different way, because you just get asked it so much and you just feel like you're saying the same thing over and over again. And one of the things that I think I'm very conscious of is when I'm reading work, because I think I read so much poetry throughout the week and throughout the months and the years, that when you read work that ends up affecting your body, and you don't read it as an editor, you read it as a reader, that shift is very noticeable inside your body. When you read work, you think, okay, cool, you can see the kind of blind spots, and you're kind of thinking critically, I'll do this, change that, move this, do that. But then when you feel that you're immersed in something and you're rendering it with your body and your mind, and you're actually enjoying the experience, that's a huge indicator that you and this work are in dialogue. And that for me is what makes me want to go forward, which is kind of what happened with a lot of the books that I've put out over the last few years has been that. Like, and it's what Jane was saying as well, it doesn't matter if the work isn't like fully formed, but the fact that you can see where it's going and it has potential, and that your relationship with the writer is a good one. I think this is another really important thing. The relationship you have with your editor at the press is similar to the one you might have with, say, a therapist, because it does involve trust, it involves vulnerability, it means having to sometimes put your ego to the side and listen, and other times fight in your corner and justifying why it is you want to do it this way. And that kind of back and forth can be quite tenuous if the relationship isn't tight. So I also think that's a huge factor, the relationship between the poet and the editor and how you get along. You know, I'm not saying people got to go to each other's house for Sunday lunch, but at the same time, there has to be some kind of like, I'm here for you and you're here for me. Let's work on this thing together.
Just interestingly, how often does it happen that you receive a piece of work that you know, you kind of have that feeling that you've described, the feeling it in your body?
It doesn't happen that often. I think if it did, I'd probably be publishing like 100 books a year. But I think because of the fact that I don't have that, which I think is good, doesn't mean I'm an arsehole. It just means that this is kind of how I go through stuff. And it makes you a lot more selective because it doesn't happen that often.
Great, thank you. So my next question is, what advice would you give to poets who are just starting out?
I mean, I'm not going to say anything that's surprising probably or different from what you guys are going to say, but like I think it's really all about throwing yourself into poetry in as many different directions as you can, you know, going to workshops, getting mentors, getting a group of friends that you share work with and give feedback, going to open mics, going to readings, and kind of getting a sort of panoramic view of the poetry landscape, because there's so many different entry points and so many different communities that you can tap into and you can learn from and be inspired by and share and also introduce to your own work. And that's a step that you cannot skip. You know, you can't go from just a manuscript in your room that no one's seen and not being part of the scene to then, I don't know, maybe once in a generation that happens, but I think it's the community has so much to offer and you'll learn so much and you'll get so much access to opportunities through that. So that's what I would say. And obviously read, but you know that already.
Yeah, definitely. The reading is really important, and reading really widely, reading poets that are writing now, but also reading poets in translation, poets from other languages and traditions, because you will learn so much about what is possible in terms of the way that different poets through time and through different spaces and cultures have been able to push at the edges of what poetry can do. And I think poetry is really exciting because it's such a live thing, it's a live culture. So like Amy says, throw yourself into it. You know, there's so much going on. And there's quite a lot online as well as in person. So finding, and if you find that there's something you don't enjoy, that can also be really important. If you do go to an event and think, actually, that poetry didn't quite connect with me. I think when I first started out as a poet, I'd always blame myself and think, oh, you know, why am I not getting this? What am I missing? And so often I either realise that maybe it just didn't quite work for me, and that was okay, and understanding that, you know, sort of reaction. And later on, some of those poems have worked for me as I've grown and aged. Sometimes I found there's stuff that I didn't like years ago that I've come back to and really enjoyed. So I think being open to your responses to poetry and to the whole world that's out there is the most wonderful thing, I think, about poetry as a literature form, that we kind of have a little bit to our advantage over, say, novels. Like, novelists don't tend to gather on a Friday night in a pub in the back room and share bits of their novels. Maybe they should do, but poetry does. And that social and community space that poetry can offer, and your peers, you know, the support that you will get over years from people who've taught you or been on a course with you, or you've met at an open mic and you've become poetry pen pals or whatever, is so valuable. So I think that's a really important thing.
Yeah. What was the question? What advice would you give to someone just starting out?
So what advice would you give to a poet who's just starting out?
Good luck. Maybe like, I guess the thing is with the poetry business is that it's not, there's no formula. It's like with anything. There's no input-output. I think every poet and people who are interested in poetry, the personalities, I should say, who gravitate towards poetry writing, and a career or a life in poetry, to ask yourself what it is that you want. And I think that's the most valuable thing for me. Ask yourself constantly, every year or two, what it is that you want from poetry. Because I think that really helps you kind of navigate, because as Jane and Amy both said, there's a lot of different things you can be doing. And some people find that very overwhelming. Like, some people don't want to get up on open mics, or some people can't be bothered to sit through 3 hours of open mic, or they don't want to travel to festivals and things like this. And I kind of feel that if you understand how you work and what it is that you want, do you want to be published? Do you want to be read? Do you like the community element of it? The development side? Are you into the theory? Like, what is it that you're here for? And you can keep asking yourself that question. That doesn't mean that the moment you start off, you ask it and never ask it. I ask myself that, you know, more or less every week. What do you want? And then once you work out what you want, you can work out how to get it and how to make that happen. Otherwise, you're just throwing darts at the board and hoping that something's going to stick. And I think that isn't sustainable, because you get tired and it gets exhausting. And I know so many poets who started, they last, 2-3 years, and they realize it's difficult work. The whole thing is a hike, because it's an industry that is precarious, that is unregulated, and it is all contingent on money that essentially doesn't really exist. And because of those factors, it creates quite a difficult terrain to live and work in, which is why, as Jane was saying, friendships are very important, community is important. There is a positive side to the community. There's also quite a toxic side to it as well, probably, if I'm being completely honest. So just be careful how you navigate those spaces as well. So, yeah, I guess the short answer, that was a long answer. The short answer is there isn't really one piece of advice you can give someone, but it's just kind of factoring in all these different things.
Great, thank you. So just to add to that question a little bit, do you mind telling me a bit about your own early journey into poetry? You know, what was it that got you into poetry? You know, what sparked in you, and why are you here today, kind of in the role that you're in today? So, if you don't mind me asking.
That's a good one. I just spoke.
All right. I was writing poetry forever from like really, really young age, when my sister was doing Sylvia Plath at A level, and I was 10, and it was like a big sort of Barney and the Simpsons having his first beer moment. But I didn't engage with the poetry community until quite late, like my late 20s, and I didn't really know it was there. I just knew about dead poets, and what I learned in school and at university at the time didn't really challenge that notion that much, so it took me a while to kind of start going to events and understanding that there was this kind of infrastructure and this community. And then I started doing open mics, and I didn't really think about publishing for a long time. I was really getting into the community aspect and performance and festivals and things like that. And I can't remember when that changed, but I had a pamphlet out with Flip Die, who were another great indie press, and then I just got kind of obsessed with making books, and Bad Betty started in 2017, and I started that with Jake, and neither of us really had any experience in publishing, except that I'd had this pamphlet out, and that was it. And then we just kind of looked at what other people were doing, and I had my first collection out 2 years ago now with Bloomsbury. It's called Mother Song, And I was really lucky with that because I sent some poems to Kayo Chingonyi, who was the editor of the White Review for a long time, poetry editor of the White Review. And I sent them poems and got nothing back. I sent them poems, got a nice no back. I sent them more poems. Then I got a yes. Then I got, have you got a collection? So I was really fortunate. And then he'd just taken on the role as editor at Bloomsbury. So it was, yeah, I suppose in one way that's luck. But on the other hand, I'd been, obviously just sending stuff out all over the place and putting the work out there. So sometimes it feels like good fortune, but it's also like all the years that you've been working towards something that's kind of behind that as well.
Thank you. Anyone else want to add?
I suppose I've always been in some way surrounded by poetry. I grew up in an Anglo-Irish household where Irish poetry was shared from quite a young age, so that was always all around me. And then when I was a teenager, I really wanted to be in a band, but I was really rubbish at playing any form of musical instrument, and I can't sing. So my way of hanging out with the cool people who are all in bands was to write song lyrics, and that kind of brought me close to poetry. And I got into Sylvia Plath, and I wrote quite a lot of bad teenage angst poetry, and realised that I really loved writing, and that writing was something I wanted to carry on doing. After studying art, I went back to creative writing again when I was 19 and studied a creative writing degree. Actually, I studied English literature, then a creative writing MA. But at the end of that, was really conscious that I wanted to stay close to poetry in some way. And this is kind of where poetry and publishing sort of crossed over, in that I thought if I got involved in publishing, it'd be very hard to stay away from poetry. So it was kind of my way of staying close to something that I really loved and didn't want to kind of leave behind when I went out into the world of work. So it was a hobby for a long time. And then gradually, I'm not a very fast writer. I tend to write quite slowly. And Nine Arches kind of started to take off as well, so I was quite busy. But eventually, when I was 34, published my poetry collection with Blood Axe, which is called Assembly Lines. But it took me a good 10 years to get those poems together, so I think that can be useful to know as well, that the journey doesn't have to be a very quick one. It can be quite a slow sort of snail's pace, like my own sort of gradual. But I feel like if you're... Anthony said something really interesting a minute ago about that sense of being poetry as a way of life, of poetry being part of your life. And I think you do make that decision for poetry to be part of your life, as Amy has said as well, that it's something that's just there that you want to stay with, I guess.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a really good question, and there's so many, kind of without doing a this is your life moment, there's so many different ways in which you can think about it. And I think for me, the question is more suited around the idea of when did you start paying attention to language? Because I think that's when you start to realise that you do have a propensity to, or an impulse to want to write in this, to play with words. And I think for me, growing up in a working class North London Cypriot household that switched between Cypriot Greek and English, but kind of Cockney English, with my parents, was a really interesting way into looking and thinking about Only Fools and Horses, which between Only Fools and Horses and Simon and Garfunkel, I would say was my gateway into poetry. And no one really says that stuff, because I think you listen before you learn to read. Well, I did anyway. And I remember watching Fools and Horses as a 7, 8, 9-year-old with my parents. That's something that's symbolic about watching those 80s kind of, comedy shows, and thinking the jokes were so good and clever that someone actually wrote that. And I remember thinking, imagine thinking a joke or thinking something like that, as witty as that, and then writing it down, and someone saying that and then getting a laugh. And that whole process was just fascinating to like a 7-year-old kid. And I used to try and imagine writing that, like what John Sullivan would have been thinking when he wrote the scripts, the early scripts, the Only Fools and Horses. And then similar thing happened to Simon and Garfunkel. I remember listening to Sound of Silence and having that, hello darkness, my old friend, I've come to talk with you again, I became obsessed with that idea. And I think I was probably even younger. I couldn't speak English till I was 6. So from 6 onwards, I started to hear things slightly distorted, which I think is kind of poetry, like language in its distortions, or kind of the language behind language, maybe. And that was really, when you're learning a language, that's kind of where you sit. And the Simon and Garfunkel stuff just really, you know, Leonard Cohen, and it was those kind of writers that it was non sequiturs. They were just these kind of like ideas over music that was very evocative, that propelled me to want to explore language more.
Great, thank you. I'm very glad I asked that question. Some very interesting answers there. Thank you. So, thank you. We now have some time for the audience to ask questions for the panel as well. So, I can see you now. That's good. We do have a roaming mic, so if there's anyone out there with a question, so there's a lady here with a grey jumper on the end, this side. If you can speak as clearly as possible, that'd be great. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for sharing. How do you protect your writing when you're sending it out there?
That's a really good question, because I think sometimes like our confidence in ourselves as writers and the process that we have to go through to get published or to send our work out can sometimes feel really demanding. It's kind of emotionally can be quite demanding, as well as you know, sort of demanding of us in our creative sense as well. So one of the things I advise for writers is build like a little firewall for yourself, so that your creative life sits behind that firewall, and then that's where the imaginative things happen. In terms of the protecting your creativity a little bit, you kind of keep it in there, so that if you get a rejection, that doesn't get through the firewall. It doesn't stop you feeling like you want to write a poem again. It's something that sits outside in that realm where we engage with the external world, where we engage with the systems of publication or sending work out or other things. And that can help us to really manage those feelings of rejection or things that don't go as well as we hoped, or not succeeding at getting things out there. And when obviously we do have a bit of success, that can also then feed back, but it allows you to just kind of build that little kind of defensive wall a little bit and keep your creativity within it. And I think that can be a really good way of managing keeping them a bit separate, so that those successes or failures beyond that wall don't affect what's really important, which you keep a little bit closer to you.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to answer? I'll just repeat the question. It was it how do you protect your writing? Is that correct?
So that's illegal. You're talking about from a legal sense. Okay, cool. Yeah, that was.
You did.
You got the spiritual answer. Yeah. I think correct me if I'm wrong, but when you send something in, that you send something via email, it's got a date and a stamp on it, right? And I think if someone does copy your work, or it's kind of infringed in any way, you can take them to court, and they have to prove that they wrote it before you. Like the moment you save anything on a Word document, there is a date and a time. So they have to then prove that they wrote that before you. I think that's the way that I don't think anyone has ever... I don't know anyone who's actually ripped off anyone's work in this day and age, in the digital age. But I think that is, from what I understand, copyright laws, saving a document actually stands as copyright, because then they have to prove that they did that before you, I think.
Thanks.
But also, like, publishers really aren't looking to kind of steal people's work. It's not really a thing that happens. And if they're excited by your work, they're going to want to work with you and develop you as a writer. And so yeah, it's not. I don't think it's a great concern, but obviously you can protect yourself through the data.
Great, thank you. So is there any more questions? There's someone. I think it's a yellow top. Yeah, great.
Thank you so much. This is really interesting. And Anthony, you know, I heard you many years ago, actually, it was about 10 years ago in West, in the Tabernacle. So my question to the whole panel is, I'm here as part of a collective of writers. We meet on Saturdays, and we've been meeting for about, I'd say 4 years, really now, maybe a bit more. And so we're black women and women of colour, and our themes are, being women and all the different struggles that we've, faced in our life and how we've overcome them, and different things. And some of us are poets, some of us write prose. And as a community, the theme of communities come up today in this session and also the previous session. And we've been just talking about, okay, so we're writing for each other, we're reading for each other, and it's like, in the previous, I think it was Sean said, okay, does the work now say we can go out there? So I suppose my question is, as a group, as a community group, what suggestions would you have for how we could get the work out there as a collective?
So the question is, as a community group, what are your suggestions for how we can get our work out there?
I mean, one thing you could do, and I'm not sure if this is what you're kind of working towards already, if this is what you're asking, but, as you could create an anthology from your work and you can approach publishers with that. Often publishers prefer to do an anthology that they've kind of conceived of themselves and take the submissions, but then also sometimes it's something falls into your lap that's exciting and you want to run with it. So I think that's something you can do. If you're doing that, you want to make sure you're kind of getting support with it, with the process, speaking to editors, get a sense of where you can kind of get some outside input to help you with the process and help you with the submissions. But yeah, that would probably be that's my first kind of thought.
Yeah, I think the anthology is a lovely idea, and if you're to do that, there's a whole host of other things then that having an anthology, and if you can go down the publication route of taking it to publishers, you could equally take it down the sort of crowdfunded route and create your own anthology and maybe build your own editorial team and sort of maybe get some sort of experience working with each other's work and putting the book together. That can be a lot of fun doing that as well. And then maybe making some films, short little films to kind of accompany it that can go online and on social media, readings in libraries or other spaces as well, bookshops. And I think as well the great thing that we have is this really good network of independent bookshops, of reading groups, of libraries, of spaces where we can take our work out. And I think an anthology suddenly gives you this passport to go, right, we've got this, let's take it out into the world. And it doesn't matter when it's published, you could get 2 or 3 years worth of events and happenings out of something like that. I think it can be really lively.
I mean, I think the collectives are beautiful things and they're very necessary. I guess, not to kind of be contrarian, but definitely to think of the idea that although you're in a collective, you're all individual writers, and a collective is kind of like an informal classroom, like you're there to kind of learn and vibe off each other. But I kind of think if you were to see yourselves as having, like I remember Malika's Kitchen in the early 2000s, that was a collective of writers that would get together and workshop and write and read and discuss. But ultimately, you are each individual writers who maybe have different preoccupations and different ways of doing it. So I kind of feel that the collectives are good, but I wouldn't kind of get caught up in the idea of the band, do you know? Like, I just would see it as you're all writers doing your thing that just get together and just pursue. I mean, the anthology is a great idea. I think anthologies are very difficult to sell, if I'm honest. Like, they're hard to, I mean, I've published several of them and they are hard sells, particularly if like the writers are not known. The anthologies that sell best are the writers that have most of the canon of the 20th century. They're the ones that sell really well. So I kind of feel that the answer for me would be to look at avenues that you yourselves could go down individually and then look at the idea of a collective work being published. And like Jane was saying, you know, you can have tours and you can 4 or 5 of you can go out together and read work and showcase and things like this. So there's a lot of opportunities, but loads of individuals make up the collective.
Great, thank you. There's an organisation based in Sussex called Writing Our Legacy. You may not have heard of them or not, but it's worth looking them up. It doesn't particularly answer your question around collectives, but they support and work with artists from Black, Asian, and global majority backgrounds. So it's worth just checking out what they, you know, check them out. It's great.
If you do go down the anthology route as well, I'd say it's worth applying for some amount of funding to help just help support you with the process, especially if you decide to self-publish, for example. And then that can just help you to bring it into being.
Great, thank you. So we still have a bit more time for questions. So we have someone over here with a white cardigan. Jumper.
I wanted to ask a question about social media, because it seems to me that since the advent of social media and all that's good and all that's bad about that in the broader scheme of things, it perhaps has done poetry a favour as a thing, allowing poets to go on YouTube and to speak their short work or perform their shorter work on these shorter channels. So I guess my question is, does the panel and the chair sort of have any comment on what I've just said? Is social media a good thing for poetry and the visibility of poetry? And can you think of some good examples where if we take our phones and go away, who should we be following to look at their poetry on social? Thanks.
Yeah, so the question is, in your opinion, is social media good for poets and poetry and getting,
Yeah, that's such a funny. I mean, it's a good question, but it makes me laugh as well, because I think there are lots of different answers to that question. I think it is a good thing. I think we all have a bit of a murky relationship with social media, don't we? And sometimes it's really helpful in getting our work out, especially if it's hard for us to travel and get to events. And kind of it's a kind of shortcut in a way to building communities. It can also be quite a toxic environment, and obviously we're all looking at other people's highlight reels and comparing that to our everyday lives, and that's tricky. I think social media is kind of your beast to tame. So for some people, they absolutely thrive on that, and that's how they get their work out there, and they release lots of reels, and that's a really powerful self-promotional tool. I also know loads of amazing poets who don't really go near it, or maybe did and then thought, I need a break, and are continuing to function within the poetry world without it. So I think it, people often ask, do I have to have this many Instagram followers to make a career as a poet? And you don't. Like it helps, but if you thrive on that, but it's not, it's not mandatory.
Not to me.
Whoever wants to go.
Jane, do you want to go?
I agree. I think we have to remember social media is a tool, so it depends on how we use it, and we can choose how much we do or don't want to engage with it. And it can be a useful tool if used well for writers, and for poetry, certainly the short form of poetry. The digital world does present, I think, a really good platform in lots of ways for making videos or recording short amounts of, poetry to share, and that can be a really, really positive thing if done well. A good example, we were just talking earlier about a poet that both Bad Betty and Nine Arches have published, Troy Kabida. Troy's been making some really almost like pop single videos for some of his upcoming poems that are just really beautifully produced. And I think because he just has that skill for knowing how to produce things really well, and he's working with some other people who have a lot of digital experience as well. And you don't have to produce, something, you can produce something quite small and homemade, or you can produce something a bit more glossy. It depends where your skill set lies, really. I guess the key thing is for each writer to really pick the media that feels that it suits you best, that you feel most comfortable with. You don't have to do every platform and everything. You might feel that blogging or having like a newsletter might suit you better than, say, being on Facebook or Instagram or making lots of videos. So I think it's best to pick the tools that work best for you. It's best to work out how you want to engage with it. And I think it's always about how much you want to be in control of it as well, rather than it being in control of you. But certainly there are a lot of opportunities for poetry, because the short form, as you say, it does work quite beautifully in the sort of little glimpses we have that social media platforms can provide through video or digital material as well. And poetry travels. Poetry can travel beautifully. Look at how, a poem can quickly become viral if it connects to a particular moment or a particular sort of current, issue. So I think poetry has a place in that too, for helping us, not telling us what to think, but helping us how to think about things as well.
Yeah, I have quite a fraught relationship, I think, like most people, with social media, particularly with poetry on social media. I think we have to remember that it's a format. Like a book is a format, social media is a format, Instagram is a format, Twitter is a format. And when you kind of apply poetry to those formats, or a poem, should we say, we need to ask ourselves how well adjusted that art form is to the format. I personally don't feel poetry is very well adjusted to social media, and I'll explain why. Poetry slows you down, social media speeds you up. Social media is competing for your attention. Poetry wants you to enter it and slow down and almost ingest it, immerse yourself in it. You can't do that, I don't think, on social media, because you're scrolling through things so quickly. Your mind, the part of your mind that is working, is so stimulated, you're going to miss so much of the poem. So what ends up happening is the poems that work are the ones that don't require that much work. I don't say that in a mean way. I say it in a way that you can read it whilst also scrolling and watching a reel and chatting to someone on WhatsApp and replying to an email, all at the same time. And those are the poems that I think are successful, like those very short 7-liners that you can just read once, get what you need, and keep it moving. I think that so much of poetry is much more bigger and more complex than that. Like, I don't think I've gone to social media and read a poem and been like, oh, I want to get the whole book. I mean, if it's a magazine, the Poetry Foundation or the New Yorker or whatever, fine, Paris Review, all good. But I'm talking about poets actually posting poems up on there, because you ask yourself, what are we doing? We're competing for attention. It's like what Amy was saying. It's the idea of look at me in a sea of noise. And my relationship with poetry in analog form is to sit down, and it's actually a way of stepping out of the world and into a world that I feel is quiet. And it's just me and the thing. Whereas my relationship with the phone is so noisy and chaotic, I can't appreciate stuff in that way. So I say to people, like kind of what Jane was saying, if you feel that you need social media, because poets become publicists. We're not publicists. Like, we don't know anything about, all it is just like, look at me, but we're not publicists. And I think that poets start thinking of themselves as a brand, which I also think is antithetical to art. Because then you just start trying to cater for your reader, and you think your reader wants you to keep writing about this, so I'm just going to keep writing. And you end up making the same thing over and over and over again to appease the brand. And that's what social media does. It's the rewards that it gives you that makes you think your brand is working, so write the same book again, write the same poem again. And I don't know how healthy any of that stuff is. Like, I don't say I know the answer, but this is, to me, is where I sit with it, that poetry almost historically has resisted what social media wants us to embrace.
Right, thank you. I also, at the moment have the sense that, particularly for our organisation, social media is just going kind of downhill and dying a little bit. It's not the same as it was 5 years ago, or when it was, felt a bit more wholesome in the early days. But you also just making me think then, but if we didn't have any poetry or any art or any culture or music, and those kind of things on social media, for me it really would be dead. It really would. That's the end, definitely for me. But yeah, that's my little bit to add in there. So we have time for one more question. So is there someone? I can see a hand with a black sleeve at the back. At the back. Thank you. So last question.
Hello. Hi. I guess my question kind of goes on to some of the things that you've just said. I'm really bad with names, so I can't remember anyone's names, but you in the middle and then you on the left had both said something. I am kind of interested in, like, I guess from like the publisher's perspective and from like an agent's perspective, like what, I don't know, is there politics in the industry that, you know, like a young or emerging poet needs to think of? Like, are there things that we should be saying no to, thinking like where we want to be? Like, are there things like if we got an opportunity and we were like, hey, like, I don't know, could this lose me opportunities in the future that were more aligned with what my interests are or where I see myself? How important is like taking a curational approach, I guess, from the beginning to, I don't know, would you say for like a writer who wants to, more than anything, like more than be published, be published, more like be heard, and like not want to be heard in the wrong spaces and want to kind of be somewhere where they feel that they fit, and that's their, again, it's kind of less about maybe like a branding thing, but more about like an identity thing, I guess. I'm asking this because my day job is, I'm an agent and I work for agent photographers, and it's a different world and we have to be very curational and super careful, but obviously I don't really want to, I kind of don't want to do things that in the future, like a publisher would be like, all right, that's a red flag, like, or we're not really into that. That's kind of, do you know what I mean? I don't want to, like, do I wait for the ones that I'm like really into, or do I just go and do everything? Do you know what I mean?
There's quite a lot of questions there, so I'm going to answer, and then if I haven't, let me know if I haven't quite hit what you're asking. But I think definitely it's really important that you, when you're sending your work out to publishers, that you know why you're approaching those particular publishers. And, you know, everyone's got kind of a mental list, right? And you might have your kind of top 2 or 3 publishers, and if you get an offer from someone that's somewhere else on that list, that's probably still a good thing and a good opportunity. Where it becomes tricky is if, I don't know, I've had a few conversations with, especially with young and emerging poets who've got an offer from someone kind of out of nowhere, where maybe the publisher themselves doesn't have a track record, and you kind of want to know, or in some instances, for example, the publisher, if they're asking you to pay or to buy a certain number of books as a minimum, or to kind of support the process in a way that they shouldn't really be asking you to do, unless what it is like assisted self-publishing, which obviously is a model that exists and is valid. But if you are approaching a publisher and wanting to work with a publisher in that way, then yeah, you need to have some amount of trust, because it is, as Anthony said earlier, like it is a relationship that requires trust on both sides. And most publishers, especially most indie publishers, are just like decent people trying to create work they love and showcase artists and writers that they love. But there are some dickheads. So like, just do your homework, really, I think. And if someone's approached you and you don't know anything about them, then just to look into it. And then I think that's the only real red flag. Like, you know, sometimes people worry about whether or not to self-publish, or whether that will go against them later when they want to work with publishers. And usually I don't think it does. I don't, like, sometimes someone self-publishes and builds a great audience from that and then gets snapped up by a publisher. Sometimes someone self-publishes, nothing much happens, then they work with a publisher later, that's fine too. So you're never going to shoot yourself in the foot by working with just like a small publisher or someone that's not yet your dream publisher, because maybe you're not quite ready to take that step. That's fine. The important thing is just to make sure that you're not going to get exploited. And with most publishers, that's not an issue. But if it's someone approaching you that you don't know anything about, then just, you know, take the time to look into who they are and to know that if you go with them, that it's an informed decision.
Great, thank you very much. So we're actually at the end of this session. So thank you for the panel, for your discussion. And thank you also for the interesting questions. So we're going to have a 15-minute break now, and we'll be back here very promptly, if you can, at 2:45. So we have the agents panel then. So we'll see you then. Thank you very much. Great, so welcome back everyone. This is our final session of the Creative Futures Writers' Day. We now have the agents panel, and I'm going to introduce you to, I'm introducing you to Salma Begum, who is a trustee of Creative Future, and she's also an agent with Greyhound Literary. Salma will host and chair the panel session today, so we're on from now until 3:45, so enjoy.
Thank you, Rose, and thank you so much for everyone turning up this afternoon. Good afternoon. Before we start, I just wanted to do some audience participation. Please don't groan. It's really easy. I just want you to put your hands up. So please, could you put your hand up if you are currently working on a creative writing project? And this can be at any stage from idea development all the way through to querying agents. Fabulous. We can see I have bad sight, but I can see someone waving, so that's great. Thank you for waving. But thank you so much. So I just wanted to start that by basically saying well done for coming here, and also for just setting your intention by putting your hand up. We understand here how daunting this process can be, and how there's so much information, and when you've been with an idea for so long and you've poured everything into it, getting to this stage, it's a really, really fantastic thing that you're doing, being here for yourself and turning up for your career and for your ambitions. So thank you, and thank you for joining us and for letting us share a little bit about our work and what we do, and hopefully giving you some tips to get you onto the next stage of your writing ambitions. So before we go into it, I'm just going to give you a bit of a background on Creative Future. So for those of you who may be new to our work, Creative Future is a vital catalyst for change in the arts sector. It was founded in 2007. The organisation is dedicated to nurturing underrepresented artists and writers, helping them to build their confidence, develop their careers, and share their powerful stories. Creative Future champions talented individuals who face barriers due to mental ill health, disabilities, socioeconomic background, gender identity, or as members of communities experiencing racial inequality. By providing platforms, opportunities, and tailored support, Creative Future actively tackles social injustice and inequality in the arts, striving to build a more inclusive and vibrant creative world where every voice is not just heard, but celebrated. And today we're incredibly fortunate to be joined by a panel of distinguished literary agents who are at the forefront of discovering and championing new talent. Their expertise is invaluable, and their willingness to share it is a testament to their commitment for a more transparent and accessible publishing industry. I'm particularly excited because we're joined by colleagues who I admire and have heard lots about, and have had the pleasure with some of you for working with you. And so I'm really curious to just learn a little bit more about your process, learn what things we have in common and how we differ, but also just to, I hope, yes, but most importantly, give you something that you can go back home with. So before we start, I'm going to introduce the panelists. So bear with me again, I'm going to do a bit more reading from my phone. So first we have, and I also have written this in a format which doesn't reflect how people are sitting. So I will, if I call your name, please can you put your hand up? So I know it's you, well, that the audience knows you. So first we have Celia Edwards from Andrew Nurnberg Associates. So Celia began her career at the Publishers Association before moving to Curtis Brown. She joined Andrew Nurnberg Associates in 2022 with a dynamic list of authors she built in just 2 years, including debut authors and co-founders of Everyday Racism, Natalie and Naomi Evans. For her passion and commitment, Celia was named London Book Fair Trailblazer in 2021. She is on the lookout for non-fiction that deepens our understanding of the world and is also drawn to incisive and witty fiction that explores moral dilemmas, especially those concerning love or murder. Next, I'd like to introduce Clara Foster from Avitas Creative Management. So Clara has worked at the big five agencies and publishers, and she's passionate about working editorially with writers and is seeking voice-led, character-driven works. Her tastes range from accessible, literary and upmarket fiction with a strong female focus to fantasy and historical genres. In non-fiction, Clara is interested in expert-led narratives at the intersection of women, politics, culture or science. We're also joined by Liv Maidment, head of books at the Madeleine Milburn Agency. Liv joined the agency in 2020 and represents a stellar list of literary and upmarket fiction, including best-selling and award-winning authors like Julia Armfield, who I absolutely love. So she's deeply committed to championing voices from communities that are underrepresented in contemporary publishing and is currently seeking original fiction with a strong literary voice. And finally, we have Amandeep Singh from Graham Moore Christie. Amandeep joined the agency in 2025 and is a judge for this year's Future Worlds Prize for SFF Writers of Colour. With a decade of experience as an editor, bookseller and agent, including time at Penguin Random House, she has a passion for championing new voices. Amandeep is looking for compelling non-fiction memoirs and expert-led books, as well as character-led book club fiction and a select fantasy of speculative fiction. Huge thank you for you all being here. And if there's anything that you would like to add or that I haven't covered in the bio, please say now or forever hold your peace. Okay, great. So I'm just going to get into it. So my first question is what is often the first hurdle for writers? So what's the process of approaching you with a manuscript? Could each of you walk through the ideal submission process for your agency and any specific initial materials you require? So Amandeep, perhaps we could start with you.
Yes, so we receive submissions into a team inbox, so hopefully that makes it a bit easier. When submitting to us, we have non-fiction at grahammoorechristie.com for anything in non-fiction, and we have fiction at grahammoorechristie.com for fiction. So you can send your emails to either of those addresses and they'll be read by us. And for fiction, we look for a synopsis, a query letter, and the first 10,000 words of your work, of your manuscript. And for non-fiction, we ask for a bit more. We ask for a proposal, and all the information about either of those submissions is on our website, so all the details are there.
Could we ask for your process?
Sure. So at Madeleine Milburn, we accept submissions purely through our website. You need to go onto our website and choose which agent is right for your work. I work in adult fiction. So for adult fiction, we ask just for similarly a synopsis, a pitch letter, and the first either 10,000 words or 3 chapters of the manuscript. But yeah, it's all kind of all on our website, and we've got like FAQs and various kind of tips articles of kind of how to put together that submission package on there as well.
I feel like I'm just repeating because it's very similar. I think there's a kind of standardized way of querying agents, and it is to go to the agency website. If there's multiple agents, like similarly to Liv at Madeleine Milburn, we have a few agents working across a really wide spectrum of fiction and non-fiction. So picking who is the best fit based off their bio, what they're looking for, and just what they represent as well, and then sending in your query package via the submissions email with who you want it addressed to, flagged in your subject line or somewhere very clearly in the body of that email.
Do you have anything that you'd like to add, Clara?
Tiny bit. I mean, most of it, can you guys hear me? Yeah. Has been covered. I accept queries through Query Manager. So at Avitus, you have to target the agent and then go find them on Query Manager, although you can always, find them through our submissions page. The only thing I'd say is like we've said, most submissions are kind of similar. Most agents ask for similar things. But the thing I always say that is most important is that they do vary slightly what people ask for. And the best thing you can do to help yourself is when you're targeting an agent, look at what their agency's specific rules are and follow those. Because it's just a really easy way to make sure that the agent knows that you've done your research. But yeah, if you want to query me, you find me on Query Manager. I should say my bio is slightly out of date. I'm not currently accepting non-fiction, but looking out for some fun fiction. So yeah.
Lovely, thank you. And actually, one of my reflections on this is just how amazing it is that we have an open submission process. And I know that it can still, despite all that, still feel like such an uphill battle getting your work out there and getting it recognised by an agent. But the fact that all you need is your finished manuscript, but then for varying different agencies, either a 10,000 word submission, extract, or 3 chapters. Like, I think that's kind of spectacular that this information is out there, and as long as you have you can get to a computer and you can upload your work, that you can really get the attention of some of our best agents. And I guess kind of leading on to that is a question for all of you again about how, I know that you do, but I imagine from the perspective of people who are going through this process where it's, they haven't had contact with you before, do you read the submissions that come to you via these routes, and do you take writers on from that? Clara, I'll go to you.
Yes, absolutely. I think the first thing you'll hear from a lot of agents is that we do read submissions in our spare time. It happens when you're not doing the work that you're paid to do, which is work for your clients. So it is the sort of thing that, writers go, I haven't heard, it's been 3 months, and I'm going, look, a lot of us are behind. But we come to the submissions inbox because we're looking for new talent. And that's really exciting. So you have to take the process of reading those submissions seriously. Otherwise, you're wasting everyone's time, including your own. And some amazing talent comes through submissions inbox. And one of my favorite ever sales that I did was, when I found something in the inbox and as an assistant, and I was like, oh my God, I want to do this job forever. So it's still something that I think all of us love. I love it. And I'm always coming to the inbox hoping to find something really exciting, because that'll be a new client for me, that'll be new books in the world, and that's really, really cool.
Does anyone else have anything they'd like to add to that?
I guess I'd just say, I do consider it very much the bread and butter of my job, going into the submissions, finding work in there. It's the most exciting thing to know that people want to send you their work. And I think it's really important as debut writers to know that when agents are opening up their inbox, they are really, really looking for talent, and they're really excited to see the work that's in there. We go to it with so much excitement for that, and kind of gratefulness that things are being sent to us.
Yeah, I think there is this kind of preconceived idea, there is this term, the slush pile, and it gets this bad rep because you feel like you're just sending something out into the ether. But actually, all of us have mad respect for that. We understand that this is, it really helps us actually, to be able to sit down and know when we open that part of our inbox, there could be something there for us that we could, a writer that we could represent, a book that we could help bring into this world. So I just wanted to kind of really spend some time there, and I know that it's kind of obvious to ask that, do you read them? But that it is actually true that we do, so please do use that. What is my next question? So yes, making an impression. So now I'd love to ask you what makes a submission stand out? What are you specifically looking for in a manuscript and cover letter? And are there certain elements that immediately catch your eye and make you excited to read on? So Sile, can I come to you first?
It's really kind of boring and salesy of me, but good comps. And comps are books or films or TV series or anything that's sort of existing in the world of media, film, TV, art in general already, that gives me a sense of what the novel I'm about to read or what the proposal I'm about to read is about and what it's going to offer to a potential reader. I find really clear ones the most enticing, and it doesn't have to be the most obvious. Like I had one that I'm reading at the moment, which was if the Louvre heist was written by Stephen King, and I was like, I have no idea, but sure, it just it's too Stephen King, so it's going to be horror. It's either going to be scary, or it's going to be weird, or it's going to be super long. But either way, I know what it is. And the Louvre heist obviously is a huge thing everyone's talking about. So it's probably going to be about a heist, about wealth inequality, and about a dynamic of people doing a bad thing potentially for the right reasons. And that's what gets me interested in something, is that kind of way of talking about it and thinking about it that you would tell a friend, if you're meeting with a friend and you're like, oh, I'm watching this thing at the moment, it's really cool, it's kind of like this show that you already like, or that book that you already like. That's what really makes something stand out to me, whether it has love or murder or both.
Amandeep, can I ask you the same question?
Yeah, I mean, Sile's answer is a really good one, and I would underscore that. I would also say confidence, which sounds very vague, but maybe taps into what Sile said about, that this author really understands their story. And that does come through in the query letter, I find, when the pitch is not necessarily too much of a synopsis or a blow-by-blow of this is what happens in this story. It's more about the emotional heart of the story, and that's obviously the hook that then will speak to a reader and then speaks to agents who are reading those submissions. So I would say also voice. I really get a sense of, at the best submissions I've had, the query letter is there's a sense of the voice I'm going to encounter, and then when I open the manuscript, I see that amplified, and I find that really exciting, and that always stands out. And I know it's tricky because with submission packages, it's often a bit of a template. There are these guides on here's how you write a pitch, here's how you write your synopsis, and I guess that spark of what your unique authorial voice is always really worth remembering in terms of your pitch and what drew you to writing about that in the first place. Maybe there's like a real life event or like you saw something in the news like the Louvre heist. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff that speaks to me among the many, many emails that, that will jump out to me, I find.
So on top of those things, because that's like definitely things that immediately you see, I think when an author's taken the time to create an almost like back of the book style blurb, so like when you can tell if someone is reading a lot, they're looking at the back of their novels, they're getting a sense of kind of how novels are sold in Waterstones, kind of what's on the back of them there, and kind of recreating that kind of style and that kind of salesy, exciting, creative attitude to talking about their book. So for me in fiction, when I see a really kind of back of the book style compelling blurb, that really makes me want to jump into that manuscript right away and prioritise reading it.
Yeah, I think I'm exactly with Liv on that one. The first thing I want to see in a query, I want you to say, hey, I'm sending you my book, its title, its genre, and its word count, and then I want to see the pitch. And the pitch for me is the centerpiece of a query letter. It's the only thing to me that really matters. I think it's really interesting to hear from everyone because I think we're all approaching the same thing from different ways. And comps, I think, can be useful for me, but I don't go there first. I go to the blurb, and I do want it to look like the blurb on the back of a book in a bookshop, or feel like setting up the story in a way, I always say like a film trailer sets up a film. You want to set up the character, you want to set up the narrative arc. Maybe you tell us, in some way what the inciting incident is, and then we want to read the rest of the novel. And for me, it is absolutely crucial that if you want a great query letter, you have to get that pitch right. And then from there, absolutely, I think comps, and I'm with Amandeep, I always like to know if somebody's done a really cool pitch, especially for like a piece of literary fiction, if they then give me a sentence on why they think, why did they write this book? Why are they the person to tell this story? I think that can be a really useful and interesting way of really wanting to dig in further.
Thank you. So interesting to hear you all talk about parts of the process and elements that stand out to you that also stand out to me, but in different ways. Like I love that idea of it being like a film trailer. Haven't thought about that before. I think the other thing that I would say to add on to that is trust yourself, in the sense of if you have done your work and you've done your research, it comes through. You don't have to overthink it. The other thing that I would say is if you're getting so stuck about voice or trying to kind of emulate the reading experience of the novel in your query letter, don't worry too much. Like some of the best submissions I've had, they've just been like the query letter has been very professional. You know, and I've liked that. You know, there's almost kind of a I wouldn't say like it's not a personal voice or anything. It's just more very straightforward, almost like what I would say that if you were applying for a job, perhaps that kind of letter. It's more functional. And I know that what's going to happen is that I'm going to read the book or the extract that you've sent through, and then I'm going to get a sense of that. Anyway, so if you do get really stuck and you are really, you know, like, oh my gosh, trying to tell the story write to the agent from the perspective of your character, don't overthink it. The other piece of advice I think I would give is to share it with people that you trust. Sometimes it can be very helpful to share it with someone who isn't interested in your writing career at all, and just to ask for their advice as someone who is coming to this letter. What are they getting from it, and what kind of questions do they have? And I think it's always helpful, because ultimately it's about you communicating your work to someone who doesn't know you or doesn't know about all the work that you've been doing to get to this point. So sometimes it can just be very helpful to get another pair of eyes, even if it's someone who's got no interest in the world of publishing or the world of publishing your book. I guess one of the questions that I would ask, and it's maybe slightly provocative, it's one that I've been asked before, or a statement that has kind of been put to me, and I've been like, oh, yeah, and I've thought a lot about. But sometimes, you know, I encounter frustrated writers who are like, well, that's your job, you know, that's like, you're meant to come up with the perfect pitch, and my job is just to write the book. That's all I want to do. And yet now I've got all this other extra work that I have to do, and I've got to pitch myself and professionalize my work, but I don't think of it like that. I'm a creative. And yeah, I've thought about this quite a bit, and I would just love to know whether you've had those experiences and what you think about that, and how to help people who might be in that kind of frame of mind transition perhaps to what we're asking of them. Amandeep, I saw you nodding quite a bit, so I'm going to start with you.
I've had that question too, and I do understand where it comes from a writer's perspective, because you are querying agents because you want their kind of expertise in navigating a commercial landscape. But I guess what's interesting about this is to imagine, if you're in that position, imagine you have a published book, and you've got to talk about it with people. Maybe you're doing book club events. Maybe you're doing some really great PR. Maybe you even get on like a sofa on like a late night TV show. Sorry, this is really... But it's sort of thinking, how would you talk about your book then? And to see it as an opportunity rather than a kind of, you know, bureaucratic hurdle you've got to get through. Because the writers that... and many of you here will be the same, you just really want to talk to people about, you know, the things you've imagined or the stories that you're obsessed with, or maybe, you know, you keep coming back to a certain character, and it's sort of capturing that in your pitch, I suppose, and seeing it through that perspective. So I hope that is helpful to think of it in that way.
Absolutely. Do you have anything to add?
I would say, like, I don't disagree that it very much is our job to be the expert in how to pitch it and how to talk about it to publishers and all of that. But I also think having a sense of talking about your work also helps people to understand it as you see it, and that is really important, like being able to bring people to your work in the way that you want them to kind of to get it. And I think that is very beneficial to a writer to be able to do that.
I agree.
Yeah, I would say, first of all, publishing's a team effort. You know, it's my job to get it into the hands of editors in the right way. It's your job as the writer to get it into my hands and make me want to read it. You know, it's all a process. And I think when, you know, some writers do get frustrated or angry, and, you know, obviously never right to get angry, and if anyone's ever rude to anyone, I'm like, well, that's not acceptable. But for the most part, I really understand, because when writers are angry, it often means that actually they're frustrated, they're disappointed. It's a really hard process, and I have a lot of sympathy for that. What I'd say, if you're ever feeling that way, is try and take a step back and have a little bit of grace for the people who work in this industry, because we are doing, most of the agents I know work all hours, all the time. And we want to find talent, and we want to help you guys, and we want to help you get published. So it's about sort of learning to balance the emotions that run high in publishing, because they always do, because the stories that you write are your projects, your babies, and we really take that seriously. So just remember, that we are as excited to find you as you are to find us, and we want to find great books.
And yeah, I'd say I agree in terms of the working. You're all here on a Sunday, so that's I'm very aware of that. Celia, do you have anything that you'd like to add?
My daughter's 5 years old, and I tried to explain this to her, and she wasn't listening, so now I have a captive audience. This is a great question, actually. Is the difference between being a writer and being an author, and it might be controversial. You might all hate me after this, but being a writer is that romantic, you can write whatever you want, however you want. You never have to talk about it in any way other than the way you want to. And being an author is a job or a career path, which means that you have to talk about the product, which is your book that you've written, slightly differently. And if you are happy to be a writer and to write whatever you want, however you want, that's fantastic. And you should absolutely do that. But if you want to be an author, a published author, especially a traditionally published author, though self-publishing is similar because you have to do all of the marketing, publicity, sales, printing, everything. So, once you cross that boundary from being a writer to being a published author, you do have to start talking about your book in a way that is going to get it sold, because otherwise you are not going to sell any copies. And that is what it is. That's where the line lies. And you can probably tell why my 5-year-old just stopped listening to me at that point.
Wait, so you came to this conclusion through speaking about this with your 5-year-old?
Yeah, often. I have my deepest thoughts at bath time, because she'll ask me, she asked me the other day, which she'd learnt about, death and life and the circle of it. And she was like, when are you going to get dead? And I was like, oh, okay.
Wow.
I don't think she was wishing for it, though.
I think she was just curious. Your author bio. Your agent bio.
Like, she was just like, oh, what's murder? Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, we have these really deep conversations where she'll ask me things like, well, what's an author? But is it a writer? And I'll be like, oh, God, I got to explain this to you now. And by the time I get my head around it, she's stopped listening.
Well, this is amazing, because I basically came to that conclusion about, when this question was posed to me. And I had to have this really, really serious conversation with this writer and say, it's completely fine for you not to want to go through this process. That does not take away from you taking your work seriously or thinking of your creative projects, that they still have value. But that you do have to ask yourself whether or not this journey that you're about to embark on with a literary agent or through professional publishing is what you want. And I think that can be quite a difficult question to sit with. And I could see that. And I think that's partly why I perhaps hadn't come to it myself, that kind of answer for a while, because the last thing I want to do, and the last thing any of us want to do, is put you off of pursuing this career. Firstly, we depend on it. If you do not write books, then there's nothing for us to sell. So please do keep writing. But at the same time, we do all see the real power of books, and we want to encourage you and hopefully be on that path with you to keep this great art form alive. But it is something, I know why you said that, kind of had that caveat of, you might all hate me after this, because it's a difficult question for which we don't necessarily have an easy answer. And actually that has to come from you and you thinking about what it is you really want from this. And it's completely fine to be like, no, actually I'm writing these stories for a different purpose, and they could be read by my small community, who I will get to in a different way that's not traditional publishing, and that would still be fulfilling to me. That's completely fine. I guess kind of related to that, just because Celia, you mentioned self-published writers. How do you all feel about self-published writers? Do you work with them? And yeah, just to start from there, really. Celia, if I can come to you, yeah.
So one of the arguably most successful, biggest authors on my list was originally self-published, and she was actually about to publish the first book in her now 5-book series when I got her traditional publishing deal, and she sort of did this pivot. But I've got, aside from her, I've got about 3 authors who had previously self-published and have retained, their Kindle Unlimited account and, still toy with the idea. Like, I think it's a really good and fully valid way of publishing your work. And I think that it depends on how you want to bring your work into the world. I think self-publishing has its merits and its pitfalls, just like traditional publishing does, because, okay, you get to have full creative control over the cover, over everything, but you also have to fund it. You have to understand the timelines, the printing. If you print with this printer, is the quality of the book, like the actual paper, how does it feel, versus printing with another printer? What are the lead times on printing a book? You have to understand all these things, which you don't if you have a traditional publisher, but then you have less control over the traditional publishing. So I think it's a really good thing. But it depends on the type of author you are, the type of book you want to produce, the type of audience you want to reach as well, because we've seen huge numbers for thrillers and romance and other sorts of genre fiction, and not so many numbers for memoir and other, areas of the market that people do tend to publish into. So yeah, it does depend on a lot of factors, but I think it's a very equally viable path as traditional publishing.
Yeah, and definitely in publishing, kind of the rise of certain genres where there has been a history of self-publishing. I don't know, I was going to pose this to you, Amandeep, whether you kind of find that in the work that you do representing SFF writers or looking to represent them.
You mean in terms of self-published people in those genres? Yeah, I mean, there's definitely been amazing success that writers have found through self-publishing. I mean, Diabound, for example, is a really good example of self-published success. There's probably a few more that I'm forgetting. Maybe some others can chip in. But one of the things I find challenging about that, I suppose, is the cases where it doesn't necessarily work out in sort of a blazing, glorious success. And that's tougher, I think, because you've put your copyrighted work out there. It's already available for purchase and consumption. And if, for example, you've sold maybe 100 copies over a year, you don't have a sales track with that book. And then you may have to kind of work on another project and see, it's just quite risky, I would say, if you are approaching self-publishing, because you're doing all the work and you're your own kind of marketing lead, you're managing your marketing budget. It's and it's still unpredictable, just like it is for traditional publishers. I mean, traditional publishers will, maybe pay 6-figure advances for books that maybe sell 600 copies in hardback. That does happen too, but at least there, the risk is taken by the whole company, and it doesn't, and there's still, wide distribution of that book. But
also, you have 6 figures at that point. So as the author, you're happy.
Exactly. So I guess just to say, it's a kind of a game of poker, or like it's very risky, the business of publishing, whether you're self-published or traditionally published. So I suppose as a writer, making that choice of what kind of risk do you have more of an appetite for? And then at least you can be in the driving seat of like that decision. Because I did meet someone who had self-published and wanted to do something with that book, but if it's already out there, it's really hard to then pivot with that particular work. So then you're asking them to write another 80,000 words of something else. So yeah, long sprawling answer, but I'm sure there are also other thoughts about it.
Do either of you have any other thoughts on that?
I would just say in literary and upmarket fiction, there are things that with self-publishing it's harder to achieve than with a traditional publisher. So things like getting quotes from great authors, being published under the banner of a very established literary house, getting reviews in newspapers, things like prize wins, things that can kind of matter just as much as a sales track, are much harder or very difficult to achieve through the route of self-publishing. So I think in literary upmarket fiction, the self-published route is maybe less established than in maybe more genre fiction.
Do you have anything else that you'd like to add, Clara?
Not hugely. I think it's been answered really well. Actually, I think Amandeep made the point that I would have made, and so I'm just going to make it again, just so everyone hears it, because I do think there's been amazing success with self-published writers, and that's not a bad way to go. But if you don't find success in self-publishing, it's going to be really hard to place that project traditionally. And I think that is the one thing that I would like writers to take away, because that's what I see in my inbox. Writers who say, I published this on Amazon last year, it got great reviews, I'd like to place it with a house, and then, I might go to the Amazon page and it's got 3 reviews. And I feel really strongly that, I want to help that person, but at that point, it makes it, from a business perspective, much harder for me to help them, no matter what I think of that book, because it's already out there. You can't put the cat back in the bag. So just be sure that if you are self-publishing, that you're not thinking, well, I'll do this now and see how it goes, and then it'll get picked up. Just know that that's your plan, and have a really strong plan for it.
Yeah. And I guess kind of going back to like where we started with you, Sile, I would say that similarly, I represent authors who have been self-published, and I guess the way that I approach that relationship, in kind of adding to everything that you've said, and especially what you've said there, Clara, we're talking about the next book project. We're very rarely talking about the book that they have self-published. And I think it's a great foundation. Actually, some of those relationships that I have are so meaningful, and I learn a lot about the process from a different angle, which is just as valid. But yeah, and those writers do continue to think about, maybe there are some projects where they continue to self-publish, and some projects where we think that a mainstream a mainstream publisher is the better approach. But I do think that it's such a interesting and rich, fertile landscape there right now. Just out of interest, have any of you self-published your own work? This could be a short story, a poem, or a whole novel. Please, could you raise your hands if you have?
We literally cannot see you, so you're not being singled out.
I can. Oh, wow! Thank you. Okay, cool. Thank you. That was a bit of market research for myself. So thank you so much. I'm going to move on now and ask about the common mistakes and pitfalls. So what are my questions? So yeah, just so we know what to avoid. So it's kind of twofold. What is the most common mistake people make when approaching you or trying to get published? And following on from that, what is one key piece of advice you would give to writers who are just starting out on this journey? And Liv, I'll start with you.
I often say that the kind of most common mistake is addressing all of us as dear sirs. I feel like we get that quite a lot. But it just goes into the wider question of like making sure that, you're double checking your cover letter, you've got the right person's name on it, you're kind of making them feel targeted, because I think that, then it, if they feel like it's been targeted to them, it's more likely to kind of reflect their wish list, the type of work that they're looking for, the type of work that they ask for, and just taking the time to really like refine your cover letter, refine the ideas in it, and make it feel as strong as possible. I think that like it's a really obvious answer, but just taking the time in the same way that you would if you're applying for a job that you really want, to make sure that it's really readable, really engaging, and is just putting your best foot forward. I think you can always tell when it's been a bit rushed, and I think, just taking that extra time.
Yeah, and sorry, do you mind if I jump in there just to add on to that? Not only do you want to make sure that the agent knows that you've targeted them, but you should also be sure that you are targeting the right agent. And I would like to say that sometimes I get people who seem to think that they're sort of the exception to my wish list. So I say I represent YA fantasy, and I work through Query Manager. So you can only submit things that I have said I want to see. And then sometimes people submit me under the YA fantasy. They say, I've written you this middle grade title. And I'm like, great, I don't represent middle grade. I can't help you. So it's a matter of making sure that if I'm saying I represent mythological retellings and you're sending me a psychological thriller, that's a mismatch for both of us. So make sure you know that you really want to be submitting your work to the agent you're submitting to, so that they can find you, you can find them, you can create a relationship. And it seems obvious, but that mismatch happens, I think, more often perhaps than you'd think.
Amandeep?
I think similar to what Liv and Clara have said, actually, in terms of receiving, for example, children's submissions when we don't as an agency work in that space at all. That's the main one, really.
Yeah. Celia, do you have anything you'd add to that?
I mean, the misgendering thing, like there is actually a Mr. Edwards agent, and I just do not want to associate myself. So I feel so angry when I open a submission addressed to Mr. Edwards when I am in fact Miss or Ms. Edwards. But that shows me that either you're working from a template, you're working very quickly, or you're not taking the time to make sure that that letter is addressed properly. And I do not mind spelling mistakes or, anything kind of minor. I'm really not that anal about things like that, but it just, when I can see, I think, like Liv said, when there's just a lack of care and intention, and if you're spelling an agent's name wrong in quite a drastic way, or addressing dear sirs, or, something that isn't, more intentional and careful, that immediately throws up red flags for me, and I think has done over my whole career. That I've never signed anyone who got my name wrong or addressed me in the incorrect way, because usually as I go on, it's like, okay, this is the first of many and we're going down a slippery slope. So just getting off on the right foot is always good. And then just so that I don't echo the thing that we've all said, which is so true about just not researching the genres and the areas that agent is working within. Another pitfall I see is attaching a full manuscript when we've specifically asked for a partial. And just from our side of that, that's because if you get to the end of the 3 chapters, 10,000 words, whatever, and you aren't compelled to read on, that is a sign enough that you're not the right person for it. So getting a full manuscript and then having to try to see where you're going to stop reading to take stock of what you've read so far can be more difficult and take more time than being able to process those 3 chapters or that proposal. So I think being really clear about what is being asked and sending exactly that and no more, no less is good.
Great, thank you. I guess the thing that I would just say after asking that horrible question is that we understand that mistakes happen. It is so common that we'll get, the fact that lots of us were nodding to very specifics means that we encounter them quite a lot. And yes, without going into detail why that person might have done that, I think the one thing that I would stress is that it's okay to have noticed that and to write back and just say, oh, I'm sorry. I've noticed that there was a mistake and I'd like to resubmit. I think that actually, Clara, you said this last year, which I was like, oh, wow, that's such a helpful trick. But I think it was something along the lines of when we understand that you are querying lots of agents, and what helps is to kind of make your wish lists and almost like a list A, list B, and you can keep going. And actually don't query your dream agent first, because there may be, most of the time, there might be a mistake in that email, and actually it's great to be able to catch it and not then spend a whole, a whole day panicking that, you really, really wanted to make this great impression on your dream agent, and now you're having to kind of send that email. Although I think that your dream agent will again hopefully forgive you for that, because then they shouldn't be your dream agent if they don't.
I feel like we can tell though. We can tell, like, I've never had any conversations with colleagues or like friends in the industry where a genuine mistake is like the end. You know, it's like you can definitely tell the difference between a genuine mistake or autocorrect getting in the way and someone who just is not trying.
Yeah, and I had an email from someone the other day who emailed me back and went, "Oh, I'm so sorry, because they'd addressed it to somebody else. They were like, I did really want to query you." And I looked at it, and the funny thing is I'd looked at that query and I chuckled to myself, because I know that person had queried me and wanted to query me, because the other agent that they'd addressed it to, I could clearly see who it was, and I was like, oh, that person represents similar things to what I do. They've done their research. Yeah. So it's not the end of the world, but if you do make a mistake, it depends on the size of the mistake. Sometimes people email me and they're like, hey, I submitted this and then I changed a couple of sentences on page 3. Can I send you the updated version? And I'm like, no. In order to do that, you'd have to pull your query and resubmit, and you can, but that's just going to send you to the back of my pile. So work out how big the mistake you think that you've made is, and then don't act on it unless it's significant enough to make a difference to the agent. I know we're all sort of giving you, do this, don't do this. A lot of it's common sense. Yeah. I think, most writers are quite smart and they can work out what it is that they need to be doing. So don't, I think the point someone's making is don't freak out about it, don't worry. And yes, I would say query in batches. I tend to think batches of like 6 small batches, so that you know who you're researching, you have a list, and either put your top agent at the end of your first batch or the top of your second batch, so that you're not sending off an email and then going, damn, I wish I'd done it differently.
Yeah, I was like kind of nodding along to all of that, partly because like I make mistakes all the time. We're often juggling lots and lots of things, aren't we? And I mean, emails are just what a form of technology, right? So like we completely understand that it's not the most the most friendly when you're also submitting to lots of people. And I've definitely had to send sorry emails to authors when I'm sending back my response, because I've sent it in a hurry, and it's just taught me, as much as you can try to make space and build in time for something that you really care about. And I do think like that responding to people is something I care about. So I'm trying to be better. That is my commitment to you all. So I am now going to open up for questions. But before we do that, I just want to do like a brief preamble. So please be aware that this is not an opportunity to pitch your work directly to the panelists or to follow up on a submission you may have sent. So our panelists are here to offer general advice to benefit everyone, and we want to make this a safe and useful space for all. So we ask you, please be respectful of our panelists, and also please be respectful to your fellow audience members by keeping your questions concise so we can get through as many as possible. So thank you so much for understanding in advance. Clara, I'm going to let you pick.
Okay, that nice lady in the orange top with the blue jacket had her hand up straight away, so I think it's only fair that she gets the first question. She was like, I was impressed.
Thank you. I think with the current technology, do you see AI as having creative potential in the traditional publishing as we have it today?
Can I jump in there?
Or is there, you can answer?
I was just going to answer that one if you don't mind. The first thing I'd say is that right now in publishing contracts, you have to warrant to a publisher that you haven't written your book in conjunction with AI. So the first thing that you should know is that. And then quite often, a lot of people, there's a wider conversation to be had. But for me personally, it says on my inbox, have you written your submission with AI? And if the answer is no, then I'm afraid I don't personally want to see it. I am interested in human creativity, and that's what I want to see in my inbox. So I don't know if you have something to add to that.
No, I do not like answering AI questions on panels. I'm so sorry. It was a good question. I just don't want to answer it.
I'm going to let you each choose someone from the audience and then answer that question. Like it just happened. So see you later. It's your turn.
Okay, to be fair to the person in the middle, because you sat like directly green jumper, centre, front and centre. So I feel like you should get a question.
Thank you. What are the most unconventional or creative ways that a writer has caught your attention?
No, because everyone just went, oh, and now everyone's going to think that they can do it. Do you guys want to? No? Shall I go?
You chose this.
I did. I don't know. I'm regretting it. Okay. I did not sign this person. So let that take from this what you will. But someone made me a personalized "Am I the asshole?" Reddit post, but it was their story. So it was like, "Am I the asshole?" Blah 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 blah, and it was their query letter within that, and they were kind of using the dilemma from their plot as and I'm obsessed with that Reddit thread. I find it so fun, and it caught my eye because it was, it was a break from the format that we traditionally expect, but they understood their world and what they were writing so well that they were able to distill it into this quite quirky format, and I found that really compelling. And then in the end, I actually didn't sign them because it just wasn't the right fit for me, and it was the story itself, the manuscript itself, rather than the way they pitched it. So, it was they'd done everything right, and I hope I was, I'd let them know that, even though it didn't come with an offer of representation. It stood out. It was years ago, but it still, comes back to me. I think it's the most creative and interesting way I've ever been queried.
Cool. I didn't actually have an answer to that. So I was like, wow, okay. Yeah.
I don't have an answer, but can I just jump in there? You sometimes see people that you're going, okay, you're trying really hard to be unconventional, and I sort of wish you'd just given me a pitch. So I would say, unless you are absolutely sure that the way you're being unconventional is completely brilliant, it's fine to stick with a regular pitch. We want to see a regular pitch.
I think the message is that the unconventional ones don't make a query or anything stand out more than the conventional ones. It's not... Everyone who I've signed from my submissions inbox in the last 3 years has just done standard query letter, attached the attachments that we've asked for, and it's just simply the magic combination of right time, right place, right manuscript. It just, and they've done as much as they can to make it fit, So I know that we're always like, but how can I stand out? What can I do? And I think it is unfortunately just be as good as you can be and keep trying. And, that very hackneyed advice of just, you get knocked down, you get back up, you get knocked down, you get back up. And that can be more impactful than trying to circumvent those structures.
Liv, your turn.
A lot of pressure. I'll go for someone from this side. Hi. Yeah. It's a lot of pressure. Thank
you.
Hiya.
Hello, thank you. My question is really about your working relationship with the writer beyond the stage of getting signed. How much are you kind of in contact? And then I suppose beyond that, follow-up books, second books, third books. What sort of relationship have you got at that point? Are they kind of in the hands of the publisher, or are you still in daily contact and kind of bouncing ideas off one another, or is that a different kind of relationship you might have?
Yeah, so I think the reason, and I'm sure it's the same for all of us, but the reason that I got into agenting rather than publishing is because, the publishing is within a publisher, is because you're working with the author for kind of the course of their career. So yes, we sign them on that first book, and we work with them editorially, and then we prepare that pitch for publishers, we sell it, and we kind of, we make the deal for them. But then after that, once they're signed up with their publishers, I'm on kind of every single email. I'm across all the marketing, the publicity, the way the book's pitched, the way the book's talked about, the cover conversations, if they're having problems with their edits with their publisher, or just any kind of issues that they need sorted. And that's for that book, but then I'm also with them for kind of, hopefully, their kind of whole creative journey. So when we're talking about book 2s, I'll be there to soundboard, to work out what that's going to look like. And yeah, it's kind of, we kind of do all of it, I guess. We kind of try and be involved in it as much as possible and be there to support the writer through the whole process.
I I'd agree. And I think in terms of how much contact we have with them, like it really depends also on the author. Like there are some of my authors who are like, I'm not going to speak to you until I've got this final draft ready for you. So, and I'm like, great. And then I don't hear from them for like however long that period it is. And then we do, and it's great. And then there are some just because of the nature of the project, perhaps it's one where we're working a lot more collaboratively, that we might be in more regular contact. So it really varies author to author and the stage that they're at.
Yeah, because around the time of publication, for example, in the lead up, once the campaign started and like there's publicity and marketing, things going off, like that's when you're in contact kind of every day with those writers or every week or so. And around publication, you know, you've got a lot of back and forth, but then there's quieter times. And I think with publishing, that's the thing. It's like there's some times where it's a real flurry of communication and activity and it feels really, really loud and overwhelming. But then there's the quiet times in between when you're writing and focusing on the project and, you know, back in that kind of like in your laptop stage. So yeah, it really varies throughout the course of the book and the course of the career, but we're there across all of it to support the writers.
Amandeep. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I just feel like I keep jumping in, but I just thought I'd add to that. It's a really good question, and it's worth, if you get an offer of representation, ask the agent, how do you like to work with your authors? Because when you are speaking to an agent, if they've offered you representation, especially if you've got multiple offers of representation, you're interviewing them as much as they're interviewing you. You want to know if that's the working relationship, the professional relationship that you want. So ask them, what kind of editorial do you do? How do you like to work with your authors? How many authors do you have? So that you know how much time, because you might want to sign with an agent who's really well established and has a billion clients, or you might go, I want to sign with an agent who has fewer clients and maybe more time for me. It's really up to you, but it's worth asking the agent that you're signing with that question.
Thank you. Okay, one more question for
I'm going
Amity.
to go to the very back. That person waving, yeah.
Also, shout out to the roving mic people who have to do a workout.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Hi, thank you all for being here. I have a specific question. I was agented before, and I always get paranoid that when I'm querying, someone might be like, "Oh my gosh, what was wrong with you? You know, what happened to you?" I just wanted to know how much that factors in to when you're making a decision on the query letter submission package. Like, how much does that matter?
I think this. Sorry, I know everyone here I felt everyone move, because if I'm right, we're all chaos demons, and we're always like, who is your agent? What did they do? So it really isn't you. And I think that of everyone who I've ever had a conversation with, a couple of my clients have had agents before me, and they were clearly just wrong to sign with someone who wasn't me. No, it's a professional working relationship, and we've all compared this to applying for jobs in some way in our answers. And I think, it's a similar thing. If you left a previous job, your next job might ask, why did you leave? Or, whatever, but it's expected in a way. If you are a writer becoming an author, or an author who's been previously published and you had an agent, it didn't work out for whatever reason, it's a natural thing that you might want a different agent. I don't think that that's ever a barrier or a red flag in and of itself. So, I do, there's a big power dynamic between agents and authors, and it makes me kind of sad that often that's the way that it will be interpreted on your side of things, that we would look and go, oh, are you the problem? But I think that's very rare, if ever. We're always just like, who was it? And what did they do? Give us the tea.
Did you have anything you wanted to add to that, Amandeep? No. Yeah? Okay, perfect. Okay, so final audience participation. I'm afraid that's it for questions because we're out of time. But please, could you put your hand up if you are going to now go back and prepare your submission package? Yes! Okay, I really hope that this has been useful. And thank you so much for coming this Sunday. And
Thank you. Thank you.
Keep writing. Keep doing the good work. Thank you.
So thank you for such an inspiring and informative discussion. That was brilliant. So folks, that's a wrap for the Writers' Day today. Thank you all for coming along, for being an interesting audience with some great questions. I'd like to thank all the speakers today and also the stall holders who've contributed. Please do go and see them on your way out. A big thank you to Southbank Centre for hosting us so beautifully and smoothly. Well done to my team for making this such a brilliant event. Please do sign up to our social media and our newsletter, because in January we'll be launching our 2026 Writers Competition and we want to see you there. So safe journey home, everyone.